Here we go. Yes, sir. Well, good morning. The time is now 11:11 a.m. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to go into closed meeting in order to discuss pending and threatened litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
So moved.
There is a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, and I heard Commissioner Francine Scott second it. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Johnson, you trying? That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Clark, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Guilfoyle out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now suspended to executive session. All right. Yeah, we can get started. So as soon as we get the clerk going. As soon as we get the clerk ready. Madam Clerk, you ready? All right, if we're ready, we call this session back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to approve the closed meeting affidavit.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner from the 5th, Darren Clark, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Rice. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
Yes, sir, there are several. The first, we request a motion to approve the settlement of all claims of Jamichael Doe, workers' comp case number 2024-024247, in the amount of $15,000.
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, seconded by Commissioner Francine Scott. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk, let's vote.
Madam Clerk, I'm present.
Yes, sir. That motion carries with Mayor Pro Tem voting present and Ms. Pulliam out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We'd request a motion to approve the settlement of all claims of Tyreka James. It's arising out of case number 2024 RCSC-672 in the amount of $37,500.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Is there a motion? So moved. It's a motion by Commissioner Turnley. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Garrett. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Madam Clerk, present.
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, I'm present as well.
That motion carries with Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle and Mr. Don Clark voting present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to approve the settlement of all claims of Kathleen Brown arising out of the case number 2024 RCSC 672 in the amount of $15,000.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Is there a motion? It's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, second by Commissioner Tanya Barnhill Turnley. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Madam Clerk, present.
Yes, sir. That motion carries with Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle, Commissioner Clark voting present, Ms. Pulliam absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to approve the settlement of all claims of Tara Johnson, again coming out of case number 2024 RCSC 672 in the amount of $90,000.
Need a motion, guys. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion from Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Is there a second by Commissioner Brandon Garrett? Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Madam Clerk, present again.
Yes, sir. That motion carries with Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle voting present, Mr. Don Clark present, Ms. Pulliam absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We would also request a motion to approve the settlement of claims for Henri Johnson in the amount of $20,000, again arising out of the matters stated in 2024 RCSC-672.
There's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, seconded by Commissioner Slindak. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle voting present, Mr. Clark present, Ms. Pulliam absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We would request a motion to approve the pre-litigation settlement of all claims of Ava Green against Richmond County and the and the Richmond County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $70,000.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Is there a motion?
I'll do it. Motion to approve.
It's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tina Slindak. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Gotcha.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. That motion carries with Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle and Mr. Don Clark voting present, Ms. Pulliam absent.
Attorney Plunkett.
We'd request another motion to approve the pre-litigation settlement of all claims of Noah Allen against Augusta, Georgia, and the Richmond County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $50,000.
There's a motion by Commissioner Francine Scott. Second by Commissioner Tanya Turnley. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
So here wasn't president of me.
Okay. That motion carries with Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Don Clark, and Mr. Guilfoyle voting present, Ms. Pulliam absent.
Attorney Plunkett.
And we'd also request, we'd request a motion to approve the payment of up to $32,237.32 from contingency for rental assistance previously approved by the Housing Community Development Department.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
That concludes our motions.
That concludes our motions. This session is hereby adjourned and turned over to the Public Services Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome to Public Services Committee. Madam Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, with that being said, if my colleagues have no objections, I'd like to consent items number 2, 3, 4, and 7, with items number 1 and 6, putting them as companion items.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Ms. Slindak.
Okay. A motion and a second. Do I have a second?
Mr. Lewis.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, we're ready to vote.
It's unanimous.
All right. Ms. Bonner, item number 1.
In 6, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 1 is an update on the usage audit on parks and rec facilities and discuss how to consolidate parks and community centers in order to provide better service and consistent maintenance for these facilities. Consider divesting of unused parks. Item number 6 is to discuss update data and path forward for a divestment plan for underutilized recreation and park facilities.
Okay. Commissioner Brandon Garrett, you have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe A.B. Lansing is here to give us an update. I know he was here a few weeks ago and promised us that we'd have a better idea of what their findings were for this meeting.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. I think it was on September 30th. We did a presentation and presented some numbers on what we considered utilized and underutilized park. At that time, the commission asked us to take in consideration the month of September. So that's what we did. I'm hoping I'm hitting the right presentation here. I probably might need some help with this. Okay. Thank you so much. Again, this presentation and the task at hand was to determine or to come up with a decision support system to determine what parks are considered utilized and underutilized. Based on that, we came up with a matrix, and we'll kind of go through that just briefly. The methodology for determining what parks are underutilized and utilized. We had park classifications, and we had those broken down into 5 different parts, which is mini park, neighborhood park, community park, regional park, and special purpose facilities. And each one of these park classification were allotted various points, as you can see here. The same was for the condition of the parks, good, fair, and poor. Points were allotted to those. Number 4 was proximity of parks around the parks that we're actually looking at it. If it's less than equal to half a mile, 3 points, and 0.75 miles, 6 points, 1 mile, 9 points, and then if it's greater than or equal to a mile from another park, then it's 12 points. Park size, anything less than an acre, 1 point, 1 to 5 acres, 2, 5 to 10 acres, 3, 10 to 20, 4 points, and then anything greater than 20 acres is 5 points. And those, everything from 1 to 5 is considered, what we would consider constant. They don't change as it relates to the park. The park usage is the item or the factor that varies, and that's driven by how many people are going to the park. And we're, like I said, we have cameras at all the parks, and those cameras count the number of people. It takes a picture every 15 minutes. And from that, we determine how many people, the usage. And based on these 6 factors, points are added together, and they're given a total points. So based on, if we included the month of September, when we did the analysis on September and compared it to the analysis that was done from the previous meeting from July to August, we found out that none of these parks usage changed significantly at all. So what we did, I tried to make it, I guess, as user-friendly as possible, where you can compare them side to side. And as you can see, they didn't change. I did highlight the parks that were considered of high usage. That was Augusta Commons. That still remained the same. And Henry Brigham Park, it was at 59. That's, if it's 60 or above, then we count it as utilized. So Henry Brigham is at 59, so that's pretty right there at the threshold. I highlighted Hickman Park because we didn't have the usage of data on that the last time. And then Eisenhower, we didn't have the usage of data on that. So there was a slide that we had where we didn't have the cameras had some malfunction. So we got that straightened out, and so we did get those that information in the September analysis. Also, the Riverfront Marina and the Riverwalk was highly considered utilized. Sue Reynolds Park, we didn't have info on that from July to August, and also on Rowan Road Park. So we did capture those information in this September data collection and analysis. So in a nutshell, within the time frame that we have, the usage didn't change at all in its totality. So with that, that's the update. We'll open it up for discussion, comments, and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ladson. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garrett. He's in the queue.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Latson, on some of these like Blythe Community, Butler Creek, Doherty Park, Dias, Garrett, where those sections are blank in regards to that park usage, were you not able to deploy cameras there, or what happened
I think
there?
there were some issues with the camera malfunctions. I mean, and I think we're going to have those probably every month, because you got 137 cameras out there. So you're probably going to have some issues with some of them. On the average, we're probably having about maybe 3 to 4 malfunctions, maybe a month. So out of 137 cameras, that's a very low percentage.
So in regards to your scoring for those parks, do you feel comfortable with us making a decision on the scoring metrics you put in front of us?
I mean, to date, from July to date, if you don't have any other mechanism, I would rely on this if you wanted to make a decision. I think it's the only thing that's out there that's quantitative right now.
Okay. I know I am not on this committee, so I can't make a motion in regards to how to move forward with this, but I do want to give some food for thought here just for this body to consider as we're looking at the actual data that's in front of us. I appreciate the work that's gone into this, as well as the updated information with the time that you ask for. I think is really helpful, especially in trying to help guide us, and especially as we're considering what is the best usage of these areas and these parks and things. But, just looking at these numbers, I know that you had your scoring metrics, but just looking at the utilization, a lot of these are well below a 30. And, that's well past failing in regards to any sort of metrics that we're used to in regards to whether it's school or anything else, really. So I think that maybe we should consider and maybe get an update from our Parks Director of what the cost savings would be if we considered divesting of these properties that score under 30.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. I'm going to go to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for clarification of the Commissioner from the 8th, if I could, Madam Chair. Can I ask the Commissioner from the 8th a question for clarity?
Absolutely. Yes, please.
Commissioner Garrett, when you mention the parts under 30, are we talking on the side where it says total peak utilization to date? Okay. When you look at Dyes Park, there's a big project getting ready to start next year there, so that would need to be exempt. Eastview Park, we just put a brand new playground out there. Let's go back to the slide. Well, yeah, let's look.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, go. I'll come back to this one. Eastview Park, we just installed a new playground there, and children and families are just starting back to use this park again. Seniors walk this park, so I think 30 might be a pretty high number to try to reach, because Eastview Park is not a park that I would support divesting in. You look at Hickman Park. I mean, I know we had some issues with cameras there, but certainly Hickman Park is being used more than what this is showing. Hillside Park, which is Vernon Forest Park, it should be reflected as Vernon Forest Park on these presentations going forward. there's a conversation about Vernon Forest Park on the agenda, well, was supposed to happen today, with upgrades happening and people actually going out and using it. So I think, again, I'll go back to my original comments, is that when parks are invested in, when we actually put efforts towards building these parks and making them something, people use them. And I can't speak for all of them, but certainly the ones I just mentioned, I wouldn't think that would be helpful. If you go to the slide before this one, let's look at the other ones that's being discussed. Big Oak Park, prime example, number 10. Commissioner Frantum and I worked really hard on that one. Now I'm working very hard with Commissioner Slindak on it. There's a SPLOST project that we approved not too long ago. Like, those types of parks would need to be kind of held back. Boykin Road Park, there's an information session happening about Boykin Road Park this week or next week. So that metric, we need to really fine tune what that means, because under 30 is just I just think is a little too loose-handed. So, that's just my comment, just for conversation purposes. Carrie Mays Park, like, those parks aren't. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. We got quite a few people here in the queue. I'm going to hold my comments until after I allow my colleagues to speak. I'm going to go to District 4. Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Even though I'm not on this committee, as Mr. Garrett said, I think I agree with both Mr. Garrett and Mr. Johnson. I think there needs to be a benchmark, but I think 30 is too high. I think 20 might be the number, and that puts us at about 13 parks. Whatever that number is, I do think there needs to be a benchmark that we've got to make some decisions. Mr. Latson, thank you and your team for putting this together. Whether you see it as perfect or imperfect, it's the only thing we have, because we had nothing. So again, thank you. But again, to my earlier point, I think 30, that number is way too high. That's almost 24, 25 parks. I would like the colleagues to consider lowering that number, if that's the will of the body, to maybe 20 or something like that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. And just in response to Commissioner Johnson, I appreciate the update on the parks that do have current projects stated. I do think that that's something that we should take into consideration. So maybe it should be, as the Commissioner from the 5th was saying, 20 unless there's a project slated and currently fully funded for it. I know that there is a proposal out there for I don't think we're going to hear it today, because I've been asked to move that off of my committee for a future date. So maybe we just put an asterisk next to that one for future reference. But really what I was asking was just to kind of come back to the commission with an update in a couple weeks of what the cost savings would be, what the potential plan could be for divesting of these properties, whether it's releasing them into the neighborhoods for the whatever associations are overseeing them, or I think there's a lot of things out there that we could have future discussions on, but we've got to have somewhere to start it, and that's why I put that 30 number out there. I don't disagree with the 20 number if that's what the body so wills, but we've had this discussion numerous times in my tenure, and no action ever really came from it. So I think we have to make some decisions moving forward.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Let's see, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The whole purpose of us going through this little study here is to find out the underutilized parts, so we could focus on the other parts to where we could actually, one, save money, close down the underutilized parts, but the parts that we do have, we could actually make them better. We could put more money into it, and it'd actually be, you'll see the usage go up. If you look at the simple matrix without using Diamond Lakes, River Walk, or the boat ramp, it's lows on 12, highs on the 57. If you take on average, that's 34 and a half. But like my colleague said, Commissioner Johnson informed us, there is some stuff that's going to happen to certain parks. It would have been nice, AB, if you would have had known that, since you
We know that. And here's the whole purpose of the study was to show utilized and underutilized parks. However, I'd like to say, if we had something like this prior to funding these previous projects, then you would know not to fund those, those projects.
That's right.
If you had this in place. So what happened, the way I look at it, the cart was put before the horse. If this was in place, this could help you in your SPLOST and your future planning. That's what this is.
That's right. I'm glad that the body asked for it. So what the body needs to do is make a decision. What is the criteria? What's the score that's got to hit below that and below to shut down these other parts? And I guess, AB, what you're going to need to do is tell us what parks is slated to have work done to it or not with the SPLOST money.
Yeah, I can tell you right off the bat which park it is right now.
Would you be kind enough to tell us then, please?
Yeah, Hickman is one.
Give us a number on the side so we can circle it, sir.
Okay.
Number 29.
No, number 10.
You said 10?
Okay.
Blythe. Boykin Road.
And these are ones, SPLOST dollars or?
Yes. SPLOST dollars. Either SPLOST dollars or grant funds are on them.
11, 12, 10, 11, 12.
Yes, 10, 11, 12. We're doing some work on Carrie Mays as well. Diamond Lakes.
Yeah, that won't be touched anyway.
Yeah. Dice Park is another one.
That one either. 19,
Tennis Center,
19, 24.
Clement Sports Complex. And we just did some work to Henry Bergham. Hickman Park. M.M. Scott. Jamestown Park. May Park.
What did, you said M.M. Scott and then Mays Park and what else, sir? Jamestown.
Jamestown.
Yeah, that's been a long, ongoing process, I think, for the last 2.5, 3 years. And it still don't look like it's moving at all as far as the construction. Where are we at with that one?
Which one?
Jamestown.
Oh, Jamestown.
Let me get with Tony on that one.
Okay.
But I think there's some issues with getting a supplement on that particular project. That project was underway when we came, and there was a lot of serious problems on that one.
That's right.
Yeah.
No. All right. Anything from McBean down?
McBean is another project. Newman Tennis Center. Riverwalk.
Yeah, that ain't gonna be touched.
Yeah, yeah. And that's it.
Thank you, AB. Thank you for, that helps us out what direction we're gonna go. Thank you. I'm opening the floor back up to the others. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You are welcome. Commissioner Clark, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, AB, as always, appreciate you all and the efforts. This gives us a good start, but I think we owe you all some more parameters, and Director Williams as well, so that we can really kind of have a great deal of information to make a decision from. I do want to make sure and relay to our media partners, we're still in the discovery phase of this, so this is a very in-progress situation. I don't want the narrative, because I've gotten calls about this, and I'm sure the colleagues have as well, with folks saying, hey, you guys are shutting down parks right now. Right now, we're trying to develop the cost analysis and the assessments of feasibility, and that also means measuring the usability of our parks as well, which I think all in essence is imperative. You want to make sure that whatever we have, that they're being utilized appropriately, maintained, of course, but if it's something that we need to make a decision on, we'll make it, but we just need to give you all the parameters of what we're looking for. So I appreciate this. This has given us a great start, but we owe you all some more definitives as well on how to link it. I'm not on this committee, but again, this is one that I think everyone has equal stake and value in knowing how we move forward. Because the community, in many ways, depend upon our parks.
Yes, sir.
And we want to make sure that we make the most informed decision.
Yes, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Johnson.
Can you go to the slide, the next slide over, the previous slide? The next one over, one more. Number 18, Daughtery Park. Have we been in conversation with the Housing Authority about their plans for Daughtery Park with the new Dogwood Terrace development?
No, sir.
Okay. Can we do that? Can you get in touch with them to ask them what their plans are for the park? Because I know that park is used heavily by the Dogwood Terrace community and the Nellyville community, but with the changes in development, I don't know if that's still the case, but I would like to get an idea of what's happening. Because from last I've understood they were getting ready to invest in that area, with that part specifically. So I wanted to get some information on that. Yes, and sir. Then secondly, W.T. Johnson. If we divested in the W.T. Johnson Center, will we be prepared to enter into an agreement with that organization that's there now for them to take over? I know that we have some organizations. Well, I know we have certain organizations that have MOUs with the city to manage those areas. And I think they already have an MOU there unless it's expired. So I guess what my question is, if we were divesting from it, are we just really going to
I think there's
beef up that
things that you
MOU, or
can
how
do
does that
if,
work?
You know, when it relates to divestment, you can sell it, or you can have someone selling it, or I think another option could be turning it over to the neighborhood is another option. So, I mean, if you want us to, we can kind of look at various options, what can be done, and seeing what has been done in the past.
If you can get us an idea of what can be done, and then also like a cost estimate of what would the savings be from divesting in parts that score lower than 20. I think that'd be helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You are welcome. AB, I want to thank you for being here today and your team.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to just say this, and I've said it before, and I've said it several times, but, you know, less is best. We've got so many parks, and I know for years that people, you know, commissioners have been talking about that we need to do away with the parks. We got way too many. And, you know, turning it over, like you said, to the neighborhood associations, or to, there are people out there that would like to purchase these parks, the ones that are underutilized. And I know that a colleague of mine said we were in the initial phase and we're working through this, but we don't need to kick the can down the street and continue talking about this in 2 years. We've got to do something with, you know, getting rid of, I hate to say it, getting rid of some of these parks, letting go of some of them. But I do want to say thank you for all your work you've done, and let's hope that we can do something where we can use, have parks, the nice parks, less parks, and put more time and effort and money into making those parks our nice ones for everyone to be able to visit and do away with some of these. But again, thank you for your work, as always.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Don't have anybody else in the queue, so I will take this as that we were, oh, yes, sir, go ahead.
Before we finish, I just want to, it's not a part of the presentation, but I just want to mention to the body that we do have a new member with ISM, and that's former Commissioner Don Grantham. So he's a member of ISM now, so I just wanted to mention that.
I am glad to see a familiar face. Good to see you, Mr. Grant, Don. He'll be a great asset to the team.
Thank you.
All right, Mrs. You know, yeah, Madam Clerk, does Mr. Grantham have anything to say? Yes, you want to come on up and speak? We'd love to have you up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem, and the rest of the commissioners. I thank you for the opportunity to come and just say hello. I want to thank A.B. Ladson, Steve Castle, and their company for engaging me somewhat. I asked them, did they really know what they were getting into? But we have seemed to have gotten off on the right foot, and things are going in a good direction. Just on this subject that y'all just discussed, this has been tossed around now for a number of years, even back when I was on the commission, and that was in the late 1990s and the early 2000s. But you don't like to take anything away from someone, but to me, the best opportunities to look at is that how can you continue to service the citizens of this county and have something that's available for them without it being a cost to you or the taxpayer. And I always say that leasing is an opportunity, and they take on the responsibility of the maintenance. And if that does not comply, then you take over and you have to do a harder task. But anyway, that's just an idea that I think you could look at. If you're leasing any of these parks right now, make sure that they're being maintained properly. And also, you may have to revisit your leases in order to raise the rates. Some of these churches, some of these schools, some of the individual places throughout the county would happily take over some of these parks. Those are assets that you have and that the citizens of this county has. So being prudent with it is your responsibility. So I applaud you for what you're trying to do. And if there's any way I can, of course, assist Mr. Ladson and Mr. Castle, then I plan to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you, Don.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I will take this that we receive as information.
With no objection from you?
Yes, with no objections from my colleagues on the committee. Oh, Commissioner Scott is in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe in the conversation, one of my colleagues said that we need to look at this and bring it back. I think in the next committee meeting to look at the, do you want to?
Okay.
I will.
All right.
I'm going to make the motion, since Mr. Garrett is not on the committee, to bring it back in the next committee meeting with the recommendation of the cost savings of keeping or divesting in the ones that we said that we would look at, and also do another comparison on the usage in the committee, in the parks.
Okay, so that's in form of a motion, Mrs. Bonner? Got a second?
We had 2 seconds, Ms. Lindeck and Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, second? Yeah, we're ready to vote.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and vote.
It's unanimous.
Madam Clerk, item number 5, I have been asked by Attorney Plunkett if I can let Attorney Plunkett have the floor for a moment.
Madam Chair, if we could push this to the next committee cycle, there's a small matter regarding the lease I need to review, and I didn't have an opportunity to do it before today. If that would not be opposed by your committee, just to wait till 2 weeks.
Okay. No objections? Okay, we'll move it to 2 weeks with no objections. Okay. Madam Clerk, that concludes public services today. We did good. We got done with less than an hour.
You did.
Yeah, I got bragging rights today on this one.
Yeah, sounds like it to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bonner, I'm ready
Yes,
when you
sir.
are.
Yes, sir. I'm
All right.
ready.
I'd like to call administrative services to order, please. If the committee would consider consenting items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 10. And we're also going to move item number 6 to the November 11th meeting?
That would be the 18th.
18th. I'm just going by what date you told me.
Yeah. I found out we don't have a meeting on the 11th holiday.
But Commissioner from 3rd would like to move that to the 18th.
To the 18th.
I entertain a motion to those.
So moved.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Unanimous.
All right. We will go top to bottom.
All right, that takes us to item number 5. Mr. Lawrence Brannon regarding Commission Rules of Procedure, Section 1-10-02 of Augusta Code of Ordinance be fully defined and a policy created.
Mr. Brandon, good to see you again. I'm good.
We're gonna get.
If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Lawrence Brandon, 445 Fenwick Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
All right. It's good to see you again.
Always good to see you all.
While Natasha's putting that up on the screen for us, just want to remind you, you do have 5 minutes once we get you situated.
Good. All right. Thank you, and may it please this committee. So there are a couple of sections I want to touch on today before respectfully making a request that I really hope that this body takes seriously. First, subsection 110-2A of section 1213 of Article 1, Chapter 2, Title 1 of the Augusta, Richmond County, Georgia Code of Ordinances provides persons seeking to complain about the performance of or lack thereof of an employee of Augusta, Georgia shall submit such request to the administrator for resolution. Such request for public comment will not be heard by the commission or any committee. According to this code, any complaints against City of Augusta employees must go directly to the administrator, not to this chamber. Therefore, we are requesting that the government commence exercising this policy, as doing so will prevent individual speakers from coming before the full commission and standing committees as political proxies and launch complaints against elected members of this body, because they do have, that does happen, as well as any other city employee for political purposes under the auspices of expressing discontent with, inter alia, certain policies or committees. Second, subsection 110-6 of section 1213 of Article 1, Chapter 2, Title 1 of the Augusta, Richmond County, Georgia Code of Ordinances provides, after each individual speaker's remarks have concluded, the chairman may or may but shall not be required to briefly respond, either personally or through another member of the commission whom the chairman may or shall designate. In addition, when a request for a special action or a grievance has been heard, the matter will be referred to the administrator or his/her designee, who will prepare a response to the matter. If necessary, action on the matter for consideration of the commission will be placed on the agenda for the second regular meeting following the date of comment. Now, this subsection indicates that there is a grievance process. The problem is that it is not fully defined, or clearly defined, let's say clearly, which could potentially present a host of problems going forward in an era where an increase in Augusta Richmond Countyans participating in the city's civic processes is inevitable. Now, while we applaud our local government for establishing the grievance process, it would be unfair to any individual speaker who, in the process of submitting an oral grievance, endures an endless number of interruptions by the government without policy to back up the government's objections. That risks engaging in governmental activism, and we all know that policy cannot be made on the fly. Therefore, we are respectfully requesting that the law department, or whoever is responsible for drafting policy, draft a policy that details inter alia what qualifies as a grievance, who can file, where to file, along with an established appeals process, which is inherent in any grievance process, that policy be presented to the full commission within the next 30 days, because there is a lot of grievances out there, and they are coming. I'm letting you know now. And that the public receive notice so that all Augusta Richmond Countyans, from the wealthiest to the poorest, know that anytime they feel disenchanted by the government, that they have a voice and a guide to exercising that voice. Now, I have another paper right here, and I'm going to be out y'all way. It'll go quick. It's going to go quick, and I'll be out y'all way. Now, right. Now, I want to pivot and say, Hail Southern, for blessing me with the free subscription to Lexis Plus, which allows me to perform the research so the law department does not have to. As a result, I was able to find precedent in which the Supreme Court of Georgia ruled that the city of Atlanta violated procedural due process when it denied a business license renewal without a clearly defined appeals or grievance process. The court emphasized that municipalities must establish and follow transparent procedures when making decisions that affect property or liberty interests. The impact of that decision forced Atlanta to codify its appeals process, and this body doesn't even have one, for license denials, and reinforced that local governments are bound by the constitutional due process, even if not directly covered by the Georgia Administrative Procedural Act. Simply put, the highest state court in Georgia ruled that not having a clearly defined appeals or grievance process violates procedural due process. That said, a refusal to take this matter seriously could potentially open the local government up to litigation, to future litigation. So it is imperative that this body takes this matter up and clearly define the grievance and appeals process. Now, in conclusion, we're almost done. A couple more sentences. I want to remind this body that as the leader of GSI, I am a nonpartisan, pro-government, pro-law enforcement advocate. That said, I am not trying to be a thorn in the government side. I'm not trying to be a thorn in your side. But it's kind of like the Constitution. When the framers of the Constitution put it forth for ratification, they were sure that they had crafted a perfect document. Now, 27 amendments later, we now understand that at its inception, that Constitution wasn't so perfect. Now, had it endured 27 amendments? That's the same for this policy. When the framers of this policy drafted it, I'm sure they thought they covered all corners, but now we realize that they didn't, and so this body must take action. That said, I mean, I welcome any questions. I doubt there's going to be any questions. Maybe it will. But I added that bullet point up there because I want it to be clear, because I know sometimes we can get mixed up in the law and say, well, you know, unless an individual is going through, unless an individual is enduring the same issues that demand the person in this case did, well, it doesn't fit. Well, at the base of it, it does. At the base of it, it does. You know, and Interim General Counsel, I'm pretty sure he knows that. I'm pretty sure for once he probably would agree with me, hopefully. Not having a clearly defined appeals process, the base of it is not having a clearly defined appeals or grievance process can lead to actions that violate procedural due process. All I'm asking y'all to do is to clearly define it, because there are people out there with grievances. I'm telling you, they are out there with grievances, and they want to bring these grievances. I'm just letting y'all know. I know of at least two, you know. And this body does not have a grievance process.
All right.
It's
Well,
not
thank
clearly
you.
defined.
Well, you said there wouldn't be any questions, but I think we're going to prove you wrong because I actually have one, maybe two. You
Okay.
keep saying we. Who is we?
Okay, now, when I was here last time, I don't know if you hear it. When I say we, I speak of GIRSI, which is my nonprofit. And when I say we, I'm speaking of everybody that supports.
Is that GSI?
JIRSI, Justice Impacted Reformation Society Incorporated.
Okay.
When I say we, that's what I'm saying.
Maybe for future reference, when you do come on the agenda to speak under that, you may want to list that, just so everybody understands that it's not you speaking, but it is your organization speaking.
Okay.
Just, I'm sure you're familiar with Moses Todd. He does that when he comes and speaks on behalf of I Love Augusta. So he's not here today. I was just referencing over there because AB's keeping his seat warm for him. But I do see a colleague in the queue that has a question. Commissioner Clark.
Hey, Mr. Brandon, I appreciate you taking the time to enlighten us on some opportunities. So you're making recommendations that we look deeper into these and generating some specific policies to cover this, correct?
Right. The grievance process is not, it says that there, once the individual speaker remarks concludes, and, it indicates that there's a grievance process, but the grievance process is not fully defined. There's not even an appeals process. I'm in my social isolation, I just read over the code. That's specific section that deals with public participation. There's not a grievance process. There's an indication that there's a grievance process by saying, the mayor takes up the grievance or whatever, what have you, but it's not fully defined. So what that leads to is someone can come up here and they can have a grievance and they could be, submitting an oral grievance, whatever, and you can't really stop them because there's no policy to back you up. Or if they start saying names for some reason, you can't stop them because what policy are you going to use to stop them, right? So then you start engaging in governmental activism. Well, it's kind of like judicial activism. They say you make law from the bench, you start making policy on the fly. We can't make policy on the fly. There's a process, So all I'm asking you to do is define it because there are people out here that have grievances and they don't know how to bring them, Commissioner Clark.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know if their voice is going to be heard because there's no process to guide them. And all I am requesting, or we are requesting, is that interim general counsel, because he's at the law department, or whoever's responsible, just clearly define the process because it could open you up to future litigation. And we already know the Supreme Court ain't having it. They're gonna, if someone says, well, we're gonna take this all the way to the Supreme Court, they're probably gonna, they got precedent. They're probably already gonna rule against this body. I mean, if interim general counsel want to challenge me on that, he can, but.
Well, and I don't want to get into a challenge,
I'm not trying to challenge
so
you,
to speak, but I think the biggest thing is I want to make sure I understand your ask, and if it's something specifically defined to an instance or otherwise that we need to reference and look at. I think I want to understand that piece of it, because if it's something that we can apply attention towards, or if it's even something that, because I do want to give General Counsel an opportunity if he wants to respond or reply to anything, since you've called him out about 3 times. But if it's something specific that you are bringing up, I want to make sure we are aware of that as well.
Yeah. No, it's not. I might have one in the future, but it's not me.
So you're just presenting in general?
I'm presenting in general because I know that there are grievances out there.
Okay. All right. I got you now.
And thank you, Commissioner Clark. And I know that in your initial paper that you put on the screen, the grievances were against this body, at least according to your first section here, and in regards to how things run through the administrator. And but then when you used your example, the grievance was in regards to a business license. So it's not an apples to apples comparison there. But I'm just going to point that out because even as Commissioner Clark was asking the questions, I had the same questions in my mind while you were speaking and trying to reference that as why we should have this. And I know Augusta does have a grievance policy in regards to, whether it's a challenge to a procurement thing or, personnel. There are different things that do take place. So I think that when you use the term grievance, it's a big category. So even you're asking us to define the scope. I think that it would be helpful if your scope was defined too in regards to what this policy should entail. You know, is it just a general grievance policy for everything, or is it a grievance policy for something specific?
Okay, got you.
Commissioner Guilfoyle is in the queue.
Thank you. Mr. Brand, I'm trying to follow. Let me have that other slide, please. As far as procedures that we have in place, anybody that applies for a business license, they actually go to the Planning and Zoning Board for license inspections to do that. As far as a liquor license and developers trying to get something done, you got a Planning and Zoning Board for that, and you got appeals board. I know that the document that you presented is a 40-year-old doc, and I imagine even Atlanta has changed their procedures since then.
Yes, sir. They were forced to change their procedure, but here's the deal. This is just an example. I'm speaking in general. I'm not saying, well, if somebody comes here for a business license, but right. The grievance process itself, period, is not defined. This is just an example of what happens when the grievance process is not defined, what the Supreme Court of Georgia has ruled. And there's no, I mean, if you want to find a rebuttal to this, we can.
No, not at all. It's just, I know that we do have some people come before this commission to see if we are willing to override a license that has been denied. So the body has somewhat of the final say. So I imagine Miss Lena Bonner, the clerk, in all her time here, has seen a lot of things. But let me lean on to the attorney, Attorney Plunkett. What kind of provisions do we have in place on the grievance process?
Well, I think fundamentally we have to think of the first off is that Mr. Brandon is referring to rules of procedure. So this is how this body is to operate. So the first one he refers to is 1.10.2.A. And so what that is intended to do is to keep individual employees, say someone who is working at the tax, at the utilities taking in money. You're not supposed to bring a grievance about that individual to this body. Okay, it's a disincentive to someone working, things like that. If you have a problem with an employee of the county, bring it to the administrator. That's fundamentally what that's looking at. The second is if you have a problem with the county, okay, some issue, maybe it's that my trash isn't being collected properly. So you bring that grievance, and let's call that a grievance with the lowercase g, okay? So you bring that to the county commission. You tell them about it. The mayor has a right, or someone on the commission can respond to that. If there is an issue that needs to be addressed, as we typically do, the administrator says, let me talk with this person. I'll see if I can resolve it. If you can't, then there's a mechanism to bring it back to this body, okay? What Mr. Brennan is doing is raising issues about, let's call it a grievance with a capital G. So for instance, if this body just decided we're going to deny a liquor license, but what we did is we didn't even let you bring it to here, or it's maybe a zoning appeal or something to that effect, and you just don't allow the person to be heard, are you violating that person's due process? Yes. And is there appellate proceeding going after that? So if you don't like it, can you go to the full commission? Can you go to the Superior Court? Is there a mechanism to rectify a grievance with a capital G? Now, if Mr. Brannon has, to respond to his thing, I think that the rules of procedure are adequate. But if Mr. Brannon is familiar with a grievance area that, call it a capital G, maybe he finds that appeals from, alcohol denials, that procedure doesn't seem to be clear, or someone wants to, deal with some other type of road issue or something like that. If he's found that is, in his mind, is inadequate, more than happy to talk with him. I mean, we've had one telephone conversation in the past, and I'm more than happy to do that. I mean, if something is not good, we ought to make it better. But I think sometimes we take terms and you know, sometimes we'll say a policy with the lowercase p's and a policy that's adopted by this body. So what is your policy, or is it the policy? And I think grievances here are more like grievance or a grievance that needs to be rectified. But I'm more than happy after this or to talk with Mr. Brannon if he has particular things. Always happy to talk with someone in the community that has issues.
I think what he's trying to do is look out for this government, make sure that we got our T's crossed, our I's dotted.
I appreciate anyone who's willing to come up here and talk.
I believe you do have Mr. Plunkett's number or contact information.
I could talk to Mr. Plunkett if that's what this body wants. Again, pro-government, so if that's what this body wants, I'm always willing to talk to Mr. Plunkett.
Thank you.
General Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon. We will receive this as a lot of information. With no objection.
Ms. Cooper. He's trying to get your attention.
Ms. Bonner, we're going to receive this as information with no objection. Next item, please.
Number 8.
I believe I forgot to add number 7 to the consent agenda, so I entertain a motion for number 7.
Second.
You got to make the motion.
Make a motion. Sorry.
I have a motion from Ms. Lindak, a second from Mr. Lewis. Voting. My apologies for missing that one. Slowing us down over here.
It's unanimous.
Sorry, Catherine's not listening. I'm just making fun of myself over here.
We're at number 8.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Item 8, receivers information, the template evaluation form for department directors that report to the Augusta Commission through the administrator.
Administrator?
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the governing body. Another item that I wanted to make sure that we closed out this year is the director performance evaluations. In your book, you see the actual draft of the document that we will be utilizing to perform those evaluations. Of course, it will be a digital format that will be used. I will be scheduling these.
Hold on one sec. We're going to put that on the screen for the audience to see as well.
Okay.
I know there's quite a few directors out there who would probably like to know what's on this evaluation. Sorry to interrupt you, Administrator.
That's okay.
All right.
It's online.
Man?
It's online.
Well, I know that, but so are a lot of things.
Yeah.
You know how that goes. All right, Ms. Allen?
All right. So, again, it will be a digital format that each of them, that will be completed. I will be meeting with each department director during the month of December. As part of the 2026, well, when I meet with them in December, we'll be looking at their respective job description, making sure that this evaluation to actually refers to that job description, and we will also be discussing their respective key performance indicators that they will be graded on and/or evaluated on during the 2026 performance period. And with that, Mr. Chairman and members of the governing body, I ask that you receive this as information, unless you have any questions about it.
I don't see any comments currently, but I do want to say thank you for putting this in front of us, because I can say is I've been up here for 7 years and I have yet to see any sort of evaluation for our directors. I know that it's important, especially just in regards to their growth, as well as just helping to make sure that expectations are being met on both sides. So hopefully this will be a tool that it will be able to be used to make this government more efficient as well as much more productive.
You're welcome.
We will receive this as information with no objections. Without objection. Ms. Bonner, number 9.
Item number 9, Mr. Melvin Kelly, regarding construction of a new homeless shelter.
Pick a side, pick a side. Whichever side you want, it doesn't matter. Come on. Mr. Kelly.
That's good.
Oh, Melvin Kelly, 2014 Olive Road, Augusta, Georgia.
You've done this before, haven't you?
Nah, I've never been here before. I didn't want to talk about basically a homeless shelter. I was sharing with Commissioner Jordan about a project I submitted to President of the United States, which was Joe Biden when he was in office. And I just want to share it with you because this is my legislative district, which includes you guys, Rick Allen, I think Onsoff was this guy named,
Or not.
a couple other people. Well, this ain't gonna take long, but don't let me leave, man, I got something for you. I brung something for the commissioners. Well, what I wrote the president about was a project that would create 2 million positions of employment, build 100,000 houses, and cost $300 billion. Don't say nothing. That's a lot of money, ain't it? Yeah, I know, but it's an ideal. Okay, but what that project would do, create jobs and on-the-job training, positions for people, reduce crime, open doors for prison reentry programs, and eliminate recidivism. So I got quite a few people involved with it, but I said I'd just share it with all y'all because you might want to hear it. And I think a proportion of that project could be used or benefit Augusta, especially when you're dealing with homelessness and a lack of low affordable housing. From my research, I think that's what it's going to take. You know, you're going to have to put boots on the ground, get people out there building and doing different things to build up, you know, your community. How much time I got, Mayor?
You're doing good, sir. This isn't the mayor's committee.
Okay, yeah. All right, so I liked it. Rick Allen, he liked it too. So the mayor instructed Miss Marcia Fudge, I believe that's what her name was. At the time, she was the Secretary of Housing, you know, for the United States. And so we've been going back and forth about a whole year. And we finally came to a conclusion. Going here and going there. They sick Mr. Daniel Evans on me. Y'all know Daniel Evans, right? He was the continuum care coordinator for Augusta. So they took it all the way from the top and brought it down to the bottom. So me and Mr. Evans finished the conversation off. He said, Mr. Kelly, you're looking for $230,000 to hire, I think it was about 10 people.
2 minutes.
2 minutes left? Okay, to hire about 10 different people to complete this project. So it really, really, really never got off the ground. And that was more or less like the second time I struck out with it. Because the first time, Governor Nathan Deal in 2015, he liked the project, but I couldn't get no legislators. I think got 5 of them. I'm not gonna mention nobody's names, 4 or 5. None of them wanted to introduce legislation when the governor of Georgia was interested back then. So it's the same project. I just brought it back to life again. I'm still interested in it. I think I can probably tell you more about it a little later on. When I talked to Mr. Jackson yesterday, I asked him, was he gonna be here? He said, no, Mr. Kelly, I'm out of town. That's your interim director, right? He said, no, I'm out of town. And I was hoping that the last meeting you had, while he had his whole crew here, I could have discussed this, but you guys took too long. I don't know what you was doing, but you just took a long time. So I left. I mean, you know, I don't hang around nobody that long. So I just took off. But I'm hoping somewhere in the world we can try to revise this project. Somewhere, sometime maybe during the year 2026, because when I leave these doors, I'm going on vacation for a couple of months. So you won't see me down here. But I brought you something, Mr. Mayor. I brought a diagram of a homeless shelter. The reason why I brought this diagram for you, because I saw you on TV about 4 months ago, giving Augusta West Alliance a little support with, supporting the homeless thing. So I said, I hope they got an outline for a shelter or something like that. So I brought, you don't have that screen up here, do you? Let me show you what it looks like. You see it?
Natasha's going to help you.
So, just take your time, because I'm going to go get some rest. Yeah. But I just wanted to share this with you that I think, if you divide 2 million jobs up by 50 states, that's 40,000 people per state. I mean, a lot of people like this program. They like it. You might have to start small, but it's needed because you have some serious homelessness going on in the United States. Homelessness done surpassed sleeping in abandoned buildings. They're in cars now. I don't know if y'all up on that. They got a car situation. People parking anywhere, just sleeping in it. It's a bad story. I just wanted to mention this to you, and just to put it on your mind, that if anybody interested in hearing more about it, I could tell them a little bit more about it. But I'm looking at this diagram I brought for you, Mr. Mayor, because the city of Augusta has been talking about a shelter of hope. What's that? Augusta, Georgia Housing, supposed to be doing something. I really haven't seen anything too much, but I guess y'all can get away with this because, see, Augusta only have about 1,200 homeless people. And it's so big till you really don't notice it unless you go out in South Augusta or you get down there by the Salvation Army. One homeless person is just too much. That's really too much. So other than bringing this to your attention and just showing you this, I want to give it to you. Would you like a copy, Mr. Mayor? Would y'all like a copy? Yeah, I got a couple.
Mr. Kelly, thank you again for coming and speaking.
Yeah, I won't be back no more this year.
Well, I hope you have a Merry Christmas until we see you next time.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
You need a driver for you when you go on vacation.
No, I ain't going nowhere. I'm staying home. I want to say thank you. So maybe, I can just say one more word. Maybe next year I can get Mr. Jackson. I can have a discussion with him, and then if he like it, he could bring it to your attention and continue with the project. Because I'm getting a little older now, and I think it's time for me to kind of just say, see you later.
Thanks, sir.
Good to see you.
We will receive Mr. Kelly's presentation as information, Ms. Bonner. No objections?
Yes, sir.
All right. With that being said, I will call this committee to a close.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bonner. I would like to call Public Safety Committee. Is it? Yes, ma'am. Do we have any addition or deletion? No, ma'am. Thank you very much. If it's okay with the committee, I would like to consent number 2.
What? I want.
He will do a presentation.
Motion to approve.
Second. Ms. Bonner?
Yes, ma'am, I got it. Mr. Garrett and yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam absent today.
Thank you. We'll go to number 1.
Number
I believe.
one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A motion to approve change order number 2 with a not to exceed amount of $300,000 to task order number 1 for Hurricane Helene cost recovery service through Tetra Tech, RFP 24917.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, ma'am. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mayor Johnson, and members of the governing body. This item before you represents a change order number 2 to Task 1 representing our Hurricane Helene recovery. So as you know, Tetra Tech has been great partners in assisting us with our long-term recovery. And we felt that it's important that you receive regular updates as it relates to our progress. So we have a short presentation. We have members from Tetra Tech present to provide you, again, a short presentation and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chief Burton. Good afternoon, Mayor Johnson, members of the commission, Administrator Allen. Thank you very much for having us here today. We just went past the 1-year mark of Hurricane Helene, so we want to take this opportunity to provide an update to you all on the status of your recovery from the hurricane as it relates to the FEMA Public Assistance Program. On the summary in front of you and on the screen, I've got a couple numbers we'd like to run through with you. Right now, we estimate Augusta's total damage cost to be about $87 million. That includes debris removal, emergency protective measures, and damages to your infrastructure like roads, sidewalks, buildings, utilities, and parks. Of that amount, Augusta has already submitted just over $79 million to FEMA for their review, which represents a little bit more than 90% of your total cost. Of that amount, FEMA has already obligated $49 million to Augusta. By obligated, we mean that they have reviewed the project applications, approved them, and sent the funding to the state of Georgia to be drawn on by Augusta. Which is about 56% of that total right there. To date, Augusta has received reimbursement checks totaling $34.9 million. There's an additional $14.1 million that Augusta can draw on. That funding is already here in the state and set aside for Augusta. We've already submitted requests for reimbursement to draw down that amount right now. The biggest item is an $11.4 million payment for debris removal, as well as an $808,000 payment for management costs. So we continue to actively work with the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, GEMA, to draw down these remaining funds and for the remaining projects to get those through to obligation to assist with your recovery. So to put some context to all these numbers, there are 279 applicants in the state of Georgia that have obligated projects for Hurricane Helene through FEMA Public Assistance. Right now, Augusta is number 5 out of 279 in terms of total obligated amount in the entire state, which is a great metric. As you can see here, there's another $26.4 million that FEMA is currently reviewing, so we do expect that obligated amount to go up. When all is said and done, Augusta may very well be number 1 in the state. I know it's not a competition, but I do think it speaks to the order of magnitude of the impact of Hurricane Helene, as well as Augusta's commitment to recovery. So still a lot of work to go. There's some additional debris costs to submit. Speaking of debris, I did want to mention that out of your $87 million estimated total, about $67 million of that is for debris removal costs. So that's about 3/4 of your overall expense. FEMA anticipates that most of your buildings and parks will be covered by insurance, so the vast majority of your costs incurred and what we're seeking reimbursement on is debris removal. With all that being said, there still are a few concerns. There are a few projects related to utilities, which includes the canal and utility easements. FEMA is questioning the eligibility of those projects. We're continuing to have internal discussions to discuss, a path forward for those. So we're not out of the woods completely yet, but in general, Augusta's made a lot of good progress over the last year, and the arrow is pointing up. I wanted to close with just a few items on management cost. So FEMA allows applicants to seek reimbursement for up to 5% of your total damage net cost, and that allows Augusta to be reimbursed for the cost incurred for your employees to manage this recovery. It also pays for services such as Tetra Tech's. These costs are reimbursable at 100% federal cost share. There's no out-of-pocket costs to Augusta. And right now, there's an $808,000 check that GMA is preparing to send to Augusta for management costs already. There's a $1.7 million figure that we can continue to draw on. So as Augusta continues to incur more management costs, we'll continue to work with the state to get those reimbursement requests turned around timely. So with that being said, I just want to say thank you to the administration and the departments, Chief Burton. Thank you all for your time and attention over the last year. Been very diligent, and it's a team effort. And I just want to say we really appreciate our partnership with Augusta. So there's more work to go, but I think Augusta's in a good place right now at the 1-year mark.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief, for bringing this presentation to us. And if it's anything, if it's good news, that's good news for a hurricane. So thank you for your diligence in working with Richmond County and Augusta. I have only one colleague in the queue, and I'm going to go to Administrator Allen first to ask her, did she have anything that she wants to say? And then Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Tetra Tech. They have done a phenomenal job in working with us, and we're continuing to work with them as we try to look for grant opportunities to bring additional funding here to Augusta. And also to compliment the departments. They have been working very hard on top of the respective jobs that they do on a day-to-day basis to make sure that all of the respective information and documentation has been submitted to Tetra Tech. It is not an easy job trying to keep up with all of that documentation and make sure that we have done our due diligence in the process as a whole, but they have done that and they provided that. So that is one of the reasons why we're at number 5 out of 279 is because of the due diligence that has been shown. The chief has done a remarkable job, as well as Maddie Stevens, who has been working diligently with him to make sure that we can recoup every dime and every dollar that's possible for us to recoup for Augusta. So I just want to thank them and tell them that how much I appreciate all the hard work that they've been putting in for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question for Tetra Tech. Now, when I look at the total estimated damage cost of $87.3 million and looking at all of the submitted amounts and those that are under review, and when I look at the $8 million to be submitted, because the total of all of them comes up to the difference of the 87.3, what's the likelihood of Augusta being able to, or the probability of receiving that $8 million that's to be submitted so that Augusta will have a zero cost in this cleanup of Hurricane Helene?
Good question. I want to preface that with saying that for Category A, which is debris removal, and Category B, which is emergency protective measures, the state of Georgia has committed to paying the full 25% local cost share for those costs. Generally, it's a 75% federal share, 25% local share. That 25% is split down the middle, so 12.5% to Augusta, 12.5% to the state. For this disaster, Georgia is committing to pay the full 25% for your debris and your emergency protective measures. For the permanent work, talking about the infrastructure, utilities, roads, buildings that are receiving federal funding, those are still at a 75% federal cost share. So even in those instances, there will be a small cost share to Augusta, whatever that 12.5% ends up being. So I just want to preface with that. Regarding the $8 million to be submitted, one of those is for private property debris removal, PPDR. We just received the final invoice yesterday. It's $83,000 right now for the contract cost, so we're getting ready to push that. I know that's very small amount out of the 8 million, but that's another project on its way. We also received some additional debris invoices recently, over $1 million, so we're gonna get ready to push those. And then the delta of that are these utility-related projects where FEMA's questioning the eligibility, so it's still to be determined whether or not those costs will be submitted and obligated. So we'll keep you updated though, but I think, you know, especially with GMA pitching in to pay the full 25% local share, Augusta's, you know, out-of-pocket costs will be much smaller.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the change order?
Motion to approve.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Thank you very much.
That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam absent. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe that's all for public safety. Yes, ma'am. And, all right. Thank you very much.
Ms. Bonner, we're going to call the Finance Committee to order.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to offer a consent, well, first, are there any addendums or deletions from the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay, hearing none, I'd like to offer a consent agenda of item number 1. And we can get that without objection from the committee. That would be helpful. All right, hearing no objections, let's go to item number 2.
Item number 2 is to receive an update on the progress of the audit of the Recreation and Parks Department.
All right, Director Schreier, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to give you an update on where we're at with the recreation audit. We have Jack Regan from UHY, the managing partner, that will provide an update for y'all about where the status of the update, or status of the audit, and any, just status of the update.
Mr. Reagan.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jack Regan, R-E-A-G-A-N, no relation. Always have to put that little tagline in there. I'm a managing director with UHY Advisors. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about the work that we're doing with Parks and Recreation. We've made a lot of progress over the past several weeks. We have looked at well over 14,000 transactions so far. Yeah, I know you guys are jealous on that. Transactions around Lake Olmsted, around, let's see what else got here on my notes. Riverwalk expenditures. We've looked at some of the Candlelight Jazz expenditures and some of the receipts around that as well. You know, the findings are currently under development. We'll disclose and discuss those more in detail as we get closer to the draft report. The biggest observation that I have so far that I'm asking for some clarity around is each one of the Parks and Rec facilities has several different types of utility transactions each month. You know, upwards of 5, 6 different water, sewer, wastewater, phone, you know, charges like that. That when we were doing our work in 2021, we looked at over 12,000 Parks and Recreation transactions just in that year, and almost 5,500 of those were utility transactions. Because each month has 5, 6, 7 different types of utility charges that are coming in. That's what's recorded in the ledger. That's what's recorded in the ledger. So they are very low risk, a very low likelihood of any problems with those. And rather than waste staff time chasing down all of those invoices so that my staff can then look at them, I think your staff time, our staff time would be better focused on the other transactions where there is more of a likelihood, it's purely a risk-based approach, and based on the results of 2021, I find it highly unlikely that we would find anything significantly wrong with utilities transactions in 22 and 23, and wanted to discuss at least allowing to narrow the scope a little bit to those non-utility transactions for 22 and 23 especially. Management has been extraordinarily cooperative. No one likes getting an audit. We're the financial dentists of the world. And folks have been very generous with their time and their insights in how they do their job so that we can document that for purposes of our report. And like I said, pulling the thousands upon thousands of documents that are out there that we are looking at. I know we've got a conference room set aside that's got most of the 22 and 23 boxes in there, but really was looking for some clarity around those utility transactions, because I just don't think we're going to find anything, and I'm not sure it's the best use of staff resources or our resources to focus on those transactions.
So, President Reagan, I have a question for you. So when we mention utilities ratings, utility transactions, we're talking water, we're talking internet, phone, those types of things?
Yep.
Okay, all right. All right, I'm going to yield to our Mayor Pro Tem. He's in the queue for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I could probably speak just like for the mayor and the colleagues. We didn't know that what this presentation was going to have in it, et cetera. What was your company, UHF, I believe it is?
UHY.
UHY. What was your scope of service requested?
Look at the transactions that occurred 21, 22, 23.
As far as transactions looking for, am I allowed to continue?
Yes, sir, please continue.
Okay. As far as misuse, misspent credit cards, hotels, anything of that nature?
Yeah, I mean, that's, there was a specific part of the scope of work to look at travel and entertainment expenses incurred by Parks and Recreation employees.
Right.
That was, a specific piece of the scope of work, but then it was very broadly to look at the transactions incurred by the Parks and Rec Department in 21, 22, and 23.
Right.
So we went through, and you've got, based on our analysis to date, there's over 11,000 transactions in 2021, of which almost 5,400 of those were utility transactions. You've got over 12,400 transactions in 2022 and about the same number in 2023 again. And I expect that roughly the same percentage of those transactions from 21 for utilities will be present in the 22 and 23.
Right. I understand you coming before us because it's wasting your time, it's wasting our time, wasting money, looking at no different than when we have to pay Georgia Power, we have to pay water, we have to pay stormwater, we have to pay phone. As long as it's going to the receiver with the account number on it, it's used one time a month per that rec center. That should be a gimme. We shouldn't be wasting our time on that.
Well, and I would like to emphasize that the fact that we did all of that in 2021, I don't want to give the mistaken impression that we didn't look at those in 21. We did look at 100% of those utility transactions in 2021.
And they were all justified?
And they were fine. So from our risk assessment perspective, the likelihood of finding something, I think the technical term is funky, in 22 and 23 is very low. So it would be our recommendation to not repeat that very time intensive, because they've got to pull all that documentation for us to be able to look at. So it is a cost of time and dollars to the county for getting that information pulled for us to be able to apply our procedures against.
That's right, and hopefully, Mather, that 21 audit that you did, anything 22, 23, et cetera, it should show up a red flag of you spending $10,000 a year on water, and it jumps up to 12, 17,000.
Right.
Yeah, that should be a red flag. Let's look at that.
What I would
But
like to be able to do is to pull it a level or two higher and do some sort of analytical look.
Right.
Because we're not looking at all the detail, let's pull it up a level and look at that utility expense for that particular location for 21, 22, and 23. And if we see a red flag, if we see an unusual variance, we'll drill down through it. But to not have us have to look at every single transaction in that regard just does not, from a risk standpoint, it just does not
That's
make
how
sense.
the IRS does. When they look from year to year, they look for little red flags. But what we do need is for your company to go in a deep dive, no different than what we had said in the beginning, no different than this other audit that we're doing. We want to find any malfeasance, misuse, misspent, any wrongdoing.
Yep, and we are looking at those other 5,000, 6,000 non-utility transactions at 100%.
Yeah, you could, as far as utilities or anything that we write into stormwater, et cetera, trash, we know it's coming back to us.
Yep.
That should be as simple. But as far as finding credit card, look at the credit card, validate that, or any cash outs, look at that, any cash ins.
Yeah, we are looking at deposits and making sure that the deposits per your accounting system agree to the deposits per the bank statement. So we are absolutely looking at all of that, across the different centers and across the different events like the jazz event that I was talking about earlier.
Well, I definitely thank you. Thank you for coming before us. When you recognize the problem, hey, we wasted on our time. Let's get into the nuts and bolts of what we're supposed to be doing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, sir. I'm going to get legal in, and then we'll continue with the queue.
Mr. Chairman, I was just looking at the agenda item, and it says an update, but it sounds like it would probably, you need to have a motion to amend the scope of services to not include the utility services as been requested by the auditor.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you for that. Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. Permission to ask a question to the presenter?
Denied.
All right.
I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
This guy. So just a couple quick questions. How long have you guys been working on this audit?
45 days or so, I think was when we finally got the contracting straightened out, got the documents pulled so that we could get started.
What was wrong with the contracting?
I think that there was a procurement issue earlier on that pulled, the contract was originally awarded, then it was pulled back, and then it was recompeted, if I'm remembering the facts correctly.
Okay. And in the scope that was contracted, what was the time frame on that?
90 days.
Okay.
Was the goal once we got started.
So we're about halfway through.
About halfway through.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So taking the advice from our general counsel, I believe that the forward posture would be to ask you, Mr. Reagan, what do you see as being the, what would you need from us to get you back on track versus going through the weeds on those utility payments?
Oh, I think if you indicate to me that it is acceptable to not look at the utility transactions at 100%, but to provide you with an analytical table that shows by location, by utility type, almost a couple of tables that show 21, 22, 23, and the variances, so that you can see that those are relatively consistent. I think that would be sufficient for me to proceed.
Okay, could we entertain a motion to amend the scope for engagement to exclude those utility findings and to allow Mr. Reagan to provide us an analytical table on location and type of those expenses?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a second. Commissioner Turnley?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit.
Okay. All right, there's a motion and a second. We're going to vote, Ms. Bonner.
Is he going to continue on with his
Oh,
presentation?
do you have anything else? I'm sorry.
No, that's,
Okay.
and we're on track to finish in 45 days, provided I get that, that done. We're plowing along very, very nicely. And again, staff and management have been extraordinarily cooperative in this process.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, let's suspend voting for a moment. I still have a few in the queue. Let's recognize Mayor Johnson. I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He answered my question in that I wanted to know how this change of scope would delay the process of him bringing his final findings. He'd answered that, so thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I'm sorry I omitted you. Commissioner Garrett.
Just one quick question. I think you also are looking at utilities, correct? Did you do the utilities audit?
Utilities Department.
Utilities
Department, no.
Okay.
No, just Parks and Recreation.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments before we resume voting? Okay. All right, Ms. Bonner, let's resume voting.
It's unanimous with Ms. Pulliam out.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reagan.
Thank you very much for your time. Look forward to seeing you again 45 days from now.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is to discuss path forward for developing the SPLOST 9 final project list.
All right. Administrator Allen.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Let me get set up. All right, good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, members of the governing body. I'm here today to resume our discussions of SPLOST Phase 9. We last discussed this SPLOST package in August when the commission decided to postpone the SPLOST referendum until the May 2026 election cycle. In order to meet the timelines for the election, we need to make sure we can start discussing SPLOST 9 and try to come up with the final list so that we can proceed to perform our due diligence. You have probably previously seen the timeline for the May 19th election and is also in your agenda packets. Because the May 19th is a general election, the Board of Elections must provide 90 days public notice for their call of elections. That means they need to issue that call in their February meeting. Working backward from that timeline, we would ask that the commission approve the final SPLOST 9 list by your January 6th meeting. That would allow adequate time for staff to prepare the documentation so that you can approve the intergovernmental agreement and SPLOST resolution at your regular meetings. This timeline is a little bit challenging because this body will not have many regular meetings in December, which is why we're restarting the conversation now. So as you can see, our timeline for May 19th is on the monitor. Since our last work session on August 12th, we have made a few changes to the administrator's recommended list. Those changes are highlighted in blue on the SPLOST 9 list that is in your agenda packet, as well as listed on this slide. The first two are related to the boathouse. The proposal adds $14 million under quality of life to the Riverwalk and Boathouse reconstruction project for a full renovation and rebuild of the boathouse facility. And in order to bond this project, $2.5 million in bond interest was added to the existing total in the general government category. These items were discussed on August 12th, and there seemed to be consensus at that time to add it to the list. In addition, since August 12th, we have received updated cost estimates from the architects working on the Craig Houghton facility for juvenile court. They have been working with the courts to reduce the scope of the project from an original estimate of over $40 million. They were attempting to bring the project in at $15 million in SPLOST 9, but based on their current estimate, $20 million is more realistic total. So we have added that additional $5 million to the SPLOST 9 project under general government. And I want to really thank the courts because they have really been working with us to try to lower that scope so that we can go ahead and take care of the juvenile system. We have also added an additional $4 million for construction management services. for some of the major building projects that we have included in SPLOST 9, because we have several large building projects. For SPLOST 6, we realized that we benefited from having a construction management firm helping to actually coordinate and control costs for these major projects. Finance has recommended that we consider a similar approach for our SPLOST 9 projects. This $4 million amount represents about 3% of the cost of those projects, which is likely a reasonable fee. And finally, under the other governments, when our Richmond County costs change, of course, we know we have to make an adjustment to our allocation to Blythe and Hephzibah to maintain their ratios of 0.9% and 3% respectively. The total increase is $160,000 for Blythe and $730,300 for Hephzibah. So I wanted to bring these items to your attention, get any respective feedback on how we want to move forward. We also need direction on what you'd like to see from here. For example, with the 2026 budget process also in motion, would you like to have any of these discussions during finance committee meetings? Would you prefer to schedule additional work session? I guess we're at the point now to needing some guidance from the governing body. I know we've asked previously, were there any additional changes? I know our sheriff is here today. I got an email from him last night on some changes and things that he wants. So they have not yet been incorporated in this proposal or this presentation. And I think he wants to speak to that. So we'll bring him up, but just to kind of figure out where do we want to go from here as it relates to what we want to do with SPLOST 9.
Thank you, Administrator. I don't think that today would be a good time to start digging into additional changes, but I mean, I would never tell the sheriff that he can't speak. He can arrest me, so I'm not going to tell him no. But I think just for the sake of our edification today, we might not want to dig too deep. But I do have a couple questions. The first one is, when is the budget due? When are we having to have this budget passed?
For the 2026 budget, we have it scheduled for November 18th. Of course, you know, the real date that we need to have it, that's preferable date. But we have to have a balanced budget approved before the end of the year, before December 31st.
Okay. All right. And then this list would need to be due by the 6th of January.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right. So I would recommend that we go ahead and start scheduling a few work sessions. And I mean, we can open the floor for my colleagues to kind of talk about this. You know, we need some additional work sessions alongside these budget work sessions. I think we can chew bubble gum and walk at the same time. We're going to have to. But nonetheless, I think that we need to start having some work sessions as soon as possible. Let's get Sheriff Brantley up if he's still in the chambers. And then in the meantime, as he comes up, let's get Mayor Pro Tem. Do you want to take a go now? You want to yield to the sheriff? Okay. Thank you, Sheriff, for being here today.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
You don't have to tell us your name or your address. We're good.
400 Walton Way.
There we go. All right. Yes, sir.
So first, I want to thank the mayor, Madam Administrator, and the commissioners for allowing me this brief moment to go over some of the things that we really need in this next SPLOST 9. I want to ensure everyone understands that the sheriff's office position is one of things that we're just trying to get done because it's a necessity and not necessarily something that we want. So I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this proposal. We understand the challenge of balancing many competing needs, but projects we submit are immediate public safety priorities, not long-term wish lists. As you can see, our community is much safer when we remove the bad actors from it. So let's start with the detention center. The current proposal includes $65 million for new construction and $15 million for renovations. Unfortunately, that amount falls short in our attempt to get the 300 beds that we initially asked for. But after touring facilities and working closely with staff and architects, it's clear new construction cannot be done for less than $70 million. This will be prefab construction, saving time and money, allowing for 288 beds, renovations remaining at $15 million. So we're asking for that adjustment to meet the current need, not to expand beyond it. If we outsource housing overflow inmates now, costs would be $8 to $10 million per year, as discussed today with finance. We also recommend setting aside $1.5 million per year in SPLOST funds for ongoing yearly renovations that will continue being necessary, especially with roofs and the HVAC. This reduces the burden on the general fund in the future. The detention center initially was built to house about 1,070 or so inmates. We now average around 1,350 a day. Even with the new addition, we'd only gain 288 beds, not enough for our current population. Much less growth. Overcrowding is a daily issue that affects safety for inmates and staff. This project is not optional. It's necessary regardless of where the funds come from, and it is an immediate need. Second, our vehicle fleet. Many of our patrol cars have over 200,000 miles on them and are well beyond national standards. We're requesting $18 million or about $3 million per year, which is enough to roughly 47 fully equipped vehicles annually. Reducing this to $15 million would limit our ability to safely replace aging units and keep deputies on the street. We've kept our requests focused and responsible. We didn't include other building or facility improvements, even though we face real needs like HVAC and roofing. In reality, all county building repair projects should be funded through SPLOST to ease pressure on the general fund. Finally, our own public survey showed that public safety was the #1 concern among those in our community. Our proposals directly reflect that. These projects are about protecting people, not expanding operations, and they are the most immediate needs facing our agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. We appreciate your advocacy, sir. Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, we appreciate all that you do. This question is going to be for the Attorney Plunkett. Attorney Plunkett, at one point we had mentioned in order to expedite the sheriff's need for more jail space, using the URA as an avenue to kind of speed the construction of additional jail pods. Would these units that the sheriff is mentioning, the modular units, would the URA still be an option to do that?
Mr. Mayor, we could look at the timeline, but basically you would be picking up maybe 4 months of centers, because we can issue debt after assuming the SPLOST 9 passes in May, we could probably issue debt somewhere between June and July to do that. So really what you would be doing is picking up the time from, say, 90 days from today, so call it January. You're going to pick up about 4 to 6 months of extra time, so probably not a significant amount of savings. And on top of that, if you issue debt with the URA, you're still paying it whether or not the SPLOST 9 passes or not.
I understand.
So that may be a little risk.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Mr. Chairman, I yield. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, thank you for coming before us, and thank you for all you do, as well as your staff. Y'all doing amazing work.
Thank you.
Glad to have you on board. So what I'm looking at is you actually had $65 million for the jail, to build a new jail, and $15 million for vehicles. There's also a set-aside line under IT for $5 million for safety software enhancement and replacement, is that part of your operations as well? Or is that, or that's a Miss Allen answer?
We only requested 1.2 million.
Come to the podium, please. Chief, come to the podium.
For the record, you gotta put in the record.
I can't answer it without IT here, but from the sheriff's office, we requested IT as about 1.2 million that we needed over the 7 years.
Right.
So if they requested 5 million, I'm assuming that includes marshals and other people.
Okay, so as far as building this pre-done structure for the jail, it gets done faster. By the time we get the money and by the time we bond it, it'll probably end up about the same amount of money. Would that be correct?
Well, so we looked at, originally we were going to build brick and mortar. It was
Right.
100 million. We went with Tamika and some others and basically found prefab structures. And our architect that's already been approved by the commission got it down to 69.5 million. So we basically were asking for 70. It will be built at least a year and a half faster than if we were to go with brick and mortar.
All right, so that's a 5 million ask additional, because we had 65 in there.
You might be slightly getting confused, Commissioner. I apologize. So you basically, we asked for 100 million for the new building and we asked for 15 for renovations. You approved 50 for the new building and 15 for renovations. So the 50 is now going to 70 and the
So that's
15 stays
20.
the same just for the renovations of your current facility. So it's basically a $20 million difference to get
Right.
up 288 beds.
And then on the vehicle fleet, you going from 15 to?
So we originally asked for $3 million a year, but we were originally informed that SPLOST was going to be a 5-year project, so we did 15 million. It's now a 7-year project, which is actually 21 million. We split the difference and asked for 18.
Okay.
And that's because vehicles for the sheriff's office only come from SPLOST. They don't come from our budget. Well, actually, the finance manager helps us out in some ways, and we get one or two here and there, but the majority of our fleet comes from SPLOST.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, sir.
Right. I don't see any other colleagues in the queue. Are there any other
Yeah,
questions?
I do have a
I'm sorry,
question
I'm
for the
sorry.
administrator.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Please proceed.
Madam Administrator, with this ad, what is it going to do to us on timeline then? Or do we have to take away from some of these projects that we already got here on the list?
So Commissioner Guilfoyle, is really going to be dependent on how long we want actual SPLOST to go. We're looking at it roughly around a little over 6 years. This may take it with the additional, a little more closer to 7 years as opposed to the little over 6. But I don't think what they're asking is asking for too much based on what we did go see at other facilities. So I think it is a reduction from what they originally asked for, and it gets them the number of beds that they want.
Right.
So I guess you have to determine if we want to stay with the roughly 6 years, then you may have to reduce something else that's on the current list.
Yeah, with it being on 6 years, at least you got some of these commissioners on the floor now that just got sworn in this year would have opportunity to be part of the next SPLOST as well. That's going to be my concern, to make sure that they, have two swipes at it. I guess what we got to do is dig in, and every one of these projects, that's what we got to get the narrative out. I know we can't sell a SPLOST. The government can't. Well, we could do it individually and use on mouth, on Facebook post, but we got to get the narrative out. Everything that we're doing is a need. It's not a want. And I appreciate you coming before us, Sheriff, and I'd rather you do it now than after we approve the package. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
If I could say
Yes, ma'am.
something else too,
Please.
Mr. Chairman.
And before you do that, Sheriff Brantley might want to stick by. We have a few more colleagues in the queue. Yes, sir. But Ms. Allen, please proceed.
One thing that we know we have received is a lot of concern from our constituents in transparency of what we have done with our previous SPLOST packages, and rightfully so. Before you support something, you want to make sure that the money has been going to what it was really allocated to go to. So effective tomorrow, we will have our website updated with SPLOST 7 and SPLOST 8 that will provide all the respective details on how the funding has been spent to hopefully build some credibility with our constituents as to let them know that we have been doing our due diligence when it comes to our SPLOS expenditures. So that will be going online tomorrow, and the announcement will be coming out again tomorrow morning. So just wanted to make you aware of that.
Excellent job, Ms. Allen. Thank you for that update. Commissioner Rice.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you, Sheriff Brantley and Chief Lewis Blanchard. I hear a lot from my constituents, and in order to sell the SPOS 9 package, we do have to get it out there. Most of my constituents are saying that the money does need to go to public safety. They like what they've seen so far. They see that there's momentum in the department, and that y'all are doing an excellent job. And like I say, my constituents, most of them say that's what they want to support in SPLOST is public safety. So I hope my colleagues and we can do something here to make sure that y'all get what you need, close to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else, Sheriff, Chief, that you want to add before we move on?
No, I would just briefly mention that the longer we kind of kick the can down the road and don't get some of these things taken care of, the more expensive that they become, because the cost to build and do anything is not going down. And so it's urgent that we kind of go ahead and take care of some of these needs.
Thank you, sir.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you all. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Just so everybody does understand one last thing, the majority of people in our jail, 99%, they're not going anywhere. Not until they get convicted or released. We don't house misdemeanors. We only have felons that are violent that we can't release, and we're at 350 over, which is our max number over. So right now, we've even been having to talk with the administrator about outsourcing, putting them in other jails, which we don't have any budget for. And when we met today with finance, if we were to just move 350, that's $8 to $10 million per year. So just please keep that in mind. We're at the breaking point as far as we have nowhere else to put people in our jail.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity, and we appreciate you for your service. Ms. Bonner, Ms. Allen, can we make sure to have some work session dates set or sent to us, some recommendations before the end of the week?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and would this committee like to have a conversation about how many sessions we want to have, or do we want to leave that to the discretion of the administrator? We'll leave it to the discretion of the administrator. Thank you. All right. Ms. Bonner, we'll take this as information. Without objection.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no more items, that concludes the Finance Committee meeting. Thank you, colleagues.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to bring Engineering Services Committee to order. Are there any additions or deletions?
Yes, sir. We have one request for an addendum. Hold on just a minute. Can you put that on the screen? We have a request from Augusta Utilities for water meters, received and reviewed proposals for Badger meters as identified in the request. Each contract is for a fixed price per item.
All right.
And we'll be purchasing all required meters at once. Mr. Bryan, do you have anything additional? West Vine? Oh, he was trying to read from back there?
Yeah, he was trying to read it.
It has your name on it.
I got my new glasses yet. Thank y'all for
Okay.
adding this today. As it is obviously time sensitive. This is the order of 75,000 water meters. The beginning of the program for a complete replacement was competitively bid, took months to procure, several different categories, going to ultrasonic meters and the new AMI system to allow the cellular read of meters. So this completes this phase of it, allows us to order, get materials in, and start by the first of the year.
All right, committee members, any objection to adding this as an addendum item to the agenda?
No.
Thank you.
All right, none heard. You had an objection? Okay. Madam. Yeah. Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and approve to add that without objection.
Okay, you're going to approve it as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, add and approve. Okay.
Committee members, for the agenda, going to, Madam Clerk, we're going to add number 4
Consent.
for consent,
As well as that addendum.
as well as the addendum item.
Okay.
Committee members, any objections?
Motion to,
All right, can I hear a motion?
without objection.
No. Yeah.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote.
It's Mr. Johnson and Ms. Turnley.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Johnson. It's unanimous.
All right, ma'am. Let's go to item number 1.
Item 1 is to discuss and approve establishing or updating policy for new retention ponds and maintenance requirements based on ownership responsibility.
All right, this was put on by Commissioner from the
Garrett.
8th, Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. So this is an item, I've had it on the agenda a few times, but just because of scheduling conflicts and vacations, we've gotten to this point. And I hate to have this discussion in the middle of all of the other things that we're asking our department heads to do, especially engineering. But this is just one of those items that comes up often with constituents. You know, they're asking us for ways to get their retention ponds in their neighborhoods cleaned up. And oftentimes what happens is these retention ponds are not city property. They still belong to the neighborhood.
Right.
And so it kind of puts us in a weird predicament of trying to explain that to constituents that, you know, your neighborhood should have been taking care of this all along or whatever. So what I'm asking here, it's real simple, is just let's update our policies in regards to, and whether it's just engineering working on it and planning and zoning, but, you know, when projects new neighborhoods are being built, let that funding mechanism be part of that plan from the get-go, whether they're going to release it to Augusta and, you know, we go inspect that retention pond, or if whatever it's going to be, or whether, you know, their neighborhood association is going to pay for it through their fees. I think that up front, new neighborhoods and new developments need to just be up front with these, because, you know, we all know that when these neighborhoods get built, the developers come in, they build the houses, and they're out of town.
They're out. Yeah.
And,
right.
you know, the neighborhood associations are kind of left there without really knowing what is their, the requirement. So really, that's the gist of what I'm wanting to put in front of this committee. I'm not on this committee, so I can't make any motion to approve or whatever, but I just wanted this to be a discussion. And I know Dr. Malik often gets frustrated with trying to track down who the retention ponds actually belong to and whether they're responsible for cutting them or not. So,
yeah, no, this is a great item. I'm going to ask Dr. Malik and team to come up. But this is one that is very, very relevant, because we got a lot of subdivisions that have grandfathered in, and the county has accepted ownership of maintaining them and even servicing them as well. So a lot of the dollars from engineering are going into specifically about this, but I think you bring up the great point that we do need to clarify. How do we continue to sustain this? Do we continue to, automatically, include this as the county's priorities or otherwise? So Dr. Malik, if you can provide some clarity on this one, where we are today with it, and your thoughts on it as well. Charlie, good to see you as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good afternoon, yes, sir. So there are around 20 plus ponds really, which engineering label as orphan pond, because the same reason the ownership, we could not track it back, is LLC and all, it got dissolved. So one of the way we can make sure that somebody is responsible is to, instead of, in addition to that developer LLC, we need to make that developer as a personal guarantee to have a maintenance of that pond. As far as the public subdivision, is part of the process. So when the city takes the roads and all, city takes the ponds, sometimes that also create a challenge. The developer does not want to give the detention pond to the city because of the future use. So Manchester is one of the key example right now where still the pond is deeded to the HOA. And we're going to work through it to see how that pond can be transitioned to the city because now that area is built out and most of the public roads. So I do have a list of that 20 pond really. Right now there is no mechanism. It's more or less a vacant lot situation where we can send the notices out, put whoever is in the tax commissioner record or tax record that, but end of the day, even we put a lien on the pond, it's a pond. That's what they want us to take it. So that's what the disconnect going to come. So moving forward, yes, we need to look at our development codes and all, so have some sort of surety in addition to that company, and also especially in the private subdivisions where the ponds and the roads are going to be deeded to the HOA, there should be some other mechanism in that place that HOA really fully understood what they're taking on, because they're not going to have a resource to keep up with all that. So definitely that's something we need to look at. We have not really started that, but it's going to be like a giant effort between engineering and planning to look at the codes and bring it back. So, and also the legal, bring it back to this body.
And that was the point I was going to bring up. This is definitely going to be a joint effort because there's going to have to be co-op for planning and zoning to understand this needs to be a part of the process and so on as they're going through their approvals. But with that being said, and I think you clarified as well, we don't have a current policy or ordinance in place right now, correct?
That's correct. It's basically when it become really, really, everybody calling us, we send the inmates and get it clean. But it's a private property, legal can weigh in, but technically, really, we can't get on the private property. So, yeah, there are 20 ponds right now. Charlie, you want to speak to that? We can give it to the commission. Give it to that. Yeah. So those are basically, we get calls most of the time. And if we bring it into our city contract, it's going to be additional $75,000 to $80,000 a year. We cut once a year. City ponds, they're around 157. Cost is around 600. Yeah. So.
And just for the record, Ms. Bonner, Ms. Natasha, y'all want to put one up so we can show the public what we're looking at?
Especially, one is on the Rust Drive. We get, frequently call on that part. So,
Yeah, I think each of us up here has probably called on one of these, if not more on the list. Well, I have, so maybe not from District 3, but I have for sure. I got some colleagues in the queue. Commissioner Guilford from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Malik, so these 20 ponds that I'm looking at this list, as well as the list that's up on the screen, that's all we take care of?
So those are the ones which really, there's no ownership at this point. So engineering is not taking care of that, unless really we get a lot of calls and all that. And one of the key examples is that's Rust Drive A. It's somewhere at the bottom, we get frequent calls on that, so we just send inmates to.
When we do have inmates,
When we do.
Right. So, Dr. Malik, when it comes to any of these ponds here in this list in a subdivision, where they have HOAs, Because if HOA is taking care of the front entry, the side roads, et cetera, coming into the neighborhood, I think they should be responsible for their own retention ponds. The only way we obtain a property or road is the contractor deeds it over to us. Is that correct?
That's correct, but these ponds are still either under LLC name or individual name, not HOA, right, Charlie?
That's correct. Yeah. So who paid the taxes on it? No, there's taxes on every piece of property, unless it's exempt. Somebody pays taxes, some people pay stormwater, somebody pays something.
Yeah, we can look at that. I have not looked at, but I'm sure probably nobody's paying tax on this.
Hey, before we move forward, and I want to bring legal counsel in to weigh in on that.
Oftentimes, people will not pay taxes on the hope that somebody will purchase it at a tax sale, and nobody wants to buy a detention pond, so they oftentimes go untaxed. They go taxed but unpaid.
Okay.
Can we go back to the developer? I'm asking.
They gone.
So that's what I'm saying. So if we have that personal guarantee, that's what we have to look into that. Just then we can go back to right now. There's no mechanism, though they are developing in our area. There may be, but really legally we don't have a mechanism to go back. So, but if there is a personal guarantee by that developer, then that will give us some mechanism. But again, we will work with the legal or how we can make that work.
Oh, it's, you know, Mr. Guilfoyle, a lot of times what would happen, depending on the age of the neighborhood, it was not uncommon for a developer to go in, form an LLC for that one entity, buy the lots, develop it, sell the houses, and walk away from the LLC. And if they do that, then the LLC is usually dissolved by the Secretary of State, and you're just kind of sitting there with an entity. There's not a lot, but there are a number of parcels of land in Richmond County where you just can't find an owner. Mm-hmm. And then you've got owners that just essentially no longer exist. Frequently, they're LLCs or corporations that are dissolved. Sometimes it's estates, things of that nature. But I mean, we're happy to work with engineering to see what we can locate with this. But I think the bigger point is that the request is, how do you let people know in advance what's going to happen? And the difficulty is not so much the developer and letting them know. I think most developers know what the rules are. It's the HOA that doesn't realize that they own a detention pond anymore. And sometimes they're conveyed, sometimes they're not. But fundamentally, it's as soon as you have a bill to pay for it, there's a desire to come to engineering and say, will you take this? Mm-hmm. And historically, at least my private practice as engineering has been pretty adamant that we don't want your detention ponds, because it's just liability to the county.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I know that they get charged street lights, they get charged stormwater. I'm looking at this first one. It's out of Tennessee, but they have not paid the bill, which is correct, Dr. Malik, as well as the attorney. But it would be nice moving forward when we do have these subdivisions being built, and the only place for them to build is in South Richmond County. Let's put something in there so we don't keep doing the same thing over. We're going to have to take y'all's lead on this one. Okay.
I think it's going to
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Mr. Gay, it's good to see you. Been a while.
All right. Commissioner from the 3rd.
Thank you. Good to see you, Charlie, and Dr. Malik, Mr. Gay. Anyway, I just, like we're talking about, we've got neighborhoods, I'm not saying this just District 3, but I've had a conversation or two with you about neighborhoods that have had their retention ponds taken care of in the past, they say, by the city. But then, when they call today and ask me about it, they're like, well, the city took care of this 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And then find out that it's no longer something that the city is taking care of. Is there a list that we can get for these neighborhoods that way I know exactly who, when they do call, that I can say, hey, this is not a city, this is your neighborhood is responsible? Because some of the people that live in these neighborhoods think that the city is supposed to take care of it when the homeowners association. So is there a list you can give us for neighborhood retention ponds, please? Or in, not, but in time?
You're talking about a comprehensive list of all of them with this separated as?
I'd give him a list, and I don't know if anybody else wants to do that, but in my district, the ones that I've been called upon about, I've talked to you, remember, like Bel Air Hills Estates, for instance, has one. And I believe that's an owner's responsibility, if I'm not mistaken. But you've been out there to check it out. And then they want to argue, not saying that this particular person, but they want to not argue about it, but they want to dispute and say, no, this is the city's responsibility, not us. I need to know what to say to them and know which ones we don't take care of and which ones we're supposed to take care of.
So engineering does have a list I can provide. It's around 700 to 800 ponds.
How many?
700 to 800 ponds.
700 to 800 ponds?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So some are commercial because we have to keep that list for our stormwater permit requirement. And that's what mosquito control come into play. So they take care of private ponds, but these are the most visible ponds not owned. So I can send a list to administrator or Ms. Warner, and which we try to kind of identify. Basically, what we can do is on that list, the city-owned ponds, and the rest are going to be private.
Yeah, and I got a question, and that's good. I think it'll help the colleagues up here. Is it too great of a task to break that down by districts?
No, we can do it. We have by basin, like creeks, but we can do by this.
Yeah, if you could break that down by districts and then just send it to the administrator so we can send it out to everyone, and that way everyone knows all the ponds in their districts. I think this is I'm glad Commissioner Garrett brought this up because this is a constant,
It's not
issue.
fancy, but it's one of those things that we all get calls
It's
on.
definitely one that we all have gotten calls about and will continue to. But I think you bringing up some great points. 20 out of the 700 or 800 that you're saying we have are just pretty much not designated as county retention ponds. Yeah, that's interesting to say the least. So I know we have a couple more colleagues, and then we'll go ahead and pose some other options. Commissioner Garrett?
Thank you. This is just a quick question, and I wish Planning and Zoning was in here to also chime in on this. But, moving forward, as we're looking at future developments and how we want our neighborhoods to look and function for the long term, retention ponds, they're ugly. I mean, even as we're looking at new commercial buildings, I mean, who wants to roll up to a new store and there's a freaking retention pond out front? I mean, they're just ugly. So, I know there are other options out there. I know there's underground retention ponds. I know there are other ways to mitigate the water, whether it's through, kind of like a fake wetland so the water can flow through and things like that. How can we help in this policy and creating this and moving forward for future developments, some better practices instead of just open holes in the ground that catch water and allows mosquitoes to breed?
So that's a very good point, and I'm on board really. I've been saying, in my opinion, all the development like 50 acre, but they're doing pacey. They really need to have regional pond, not pond serving each on that. There is one subdivision, I believe, on Brown Road. Actually, it has a pond at the end of each road. Yeah, so there are 3 roads and 3 ponds there. So then moving forward, at the staff, mechanism are already there. We can enforce or whatever, work with the developer, but then they're the one going to be coming and complaining about this stuff. So we will need this body sports to take that. We also have stormwater manual. It encourages, it requires to look more into the green infrastructure, which is exactly that's what it's to minimize these detention ponds, but treat the water in a different way. So those tools are there. Is just we had to work through it, like pushing for original detention pond, same as the traffic impact for the entire. So they need to really come up with those two things to me. Even they go to the zoning, really, those two things need to be part of the zoning, the overall impact of that track, not that 10 acre, but the whole track, and the stormwater management as one. Same as Hopper Franklin, that subdivision has 4 or 5 ponds.
Right.
For the same reasons. So if we can minimize those into original ponds. Also moving forward, I know Wes and me and Oscar have been working, if we can look at eliminate some of these ponds and come up with some centralized location where it can take this water to that original pond and eliminate those ponds. So definitely there's a need to look at that aspect. So it will help from all angles.
Yeah. Dr. Malik, I don't see anybody else in the queue. So do we have, what are some suggestions so that we can jumpstart this? This is definitely a huge issue for all of us, and we'd like to really make sure that we put some effort towards setting us up for success in the future. I mean, right now we can't talk about what we've done in the past, but this is really towards laying our path towards success forward. So you have suggestions on how we can kick this off?
Yes, sure. For these 20, the next step really, what I think is we work with the legal to see if there is a path forward, how to, take care of these 20 ponds.
Right.
And then the other is, engineering work with the planning to see if we can push more towards regional detention pond and some sort of backup warranty or insurance on these ponds by the developer.
Okay, so you're going to work with legal on that and bring something back to the body to?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Okay. If you all can also include in there as well, I think Commissioner Guilford brought up a good point about the taxes. Can we also verify and validate if we have a situation where taxes are not being rendered or paid towards these as well?
Yes.
If you all can include that in the summation.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then of course, with the understanding that we do need to dig into some level of policy and governance over this. And that's gonna have to be a concerted effort between you all, planning and zoning, utilities, I'm sure will have to be engaged as well, so that we can get this right.
Yes, sir.
All right. I know this was brought on the agenda as a discussion, but committee, want to make sure that for a path getting us started, is anyone have any objections or any additions that they'd like to add to this path? Dr. Malik and team are going to get with legal to go over the 20, sorting out, ownership and kind of pathway forward, as well as determining the taxes. And then we're also going to work towards getting the teams together towards policy and ordinance creation. Any objections or any additions that anyone would like to add? Okay, would somebody like to put that in a motion? All right, got a motion and a second, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I know we said a lot of different things. Are you tracking what we're? Yes, ma'am. You good to go? All right. Well, hey, I like to look out for the clerk like the rest of y'all. Y'all just go so fast sometimes. And all right, Madam Clerk, do we need to put that in a form of vote?
Motion too, right?
All right, so we had a motion and a second, Madam Clerk. We're gonna go ahead and vote. You want my foot or your foot? Yeah. I'm pushing the button.
Okay. It's unanimous.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Dr. Malik and team. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Item number 2 is discuss funding for streetlights on Jimmy Dias Parkway and on Mason H. McKnight Jr. Boulevard.
Yeah, and this has been a heavy issue from a commissioner from the 3rd. Of course, we bisect Jimmy Dias, so it's a priority for District 5 as well. So Commissioner Rice?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I bring this, I know I've had it on the agenda a couple of times, but I'm wanting to discuss, first of all, Jimmy Dias Parkway. I know it's, what, Dr. Malik, state highway. What can we do? I mean, we've been talking about this, and I know that a colleague of my colleague from the 9th also too is over that area, and we have been on the dais now a couple of years and have been wanting to see street lights along Jimmy Dias, and we do. I get lots of calls from constituents in 5 and 3 who used to be in District 3 and now are in District 5 about needing street lights because of safety and the accidents that occur. First of all, let's discuss Jimmy Dias Parkway. What can we do there? We've got to figure out how we can do this quickly. Well, more so now than later.
Yeah, the commissioner just passed the information. So there are several requests engineering has and been working through, including Jimmy Dias. So I think that will give you all a better idea and then approach which are going to be discussing. So on the top one, presently we have Richmond Estate, Mason McKnight Parkway, Nixon Road subdivision, Highgate subdivision. And we're working with Georgia Powers. They're the one actually will be doing the work or doing the work. In the past, city was not doing any prepay, and everything was rolled into the operation and maintenance, and that's what we have a higher fee to pay at the end. And if you look at the top column, where let's pick up Mason McKnight, which is number 2. If we don't pay anything up front, then the monthly O&M cost is around $2,000 or $1,980. If we pay up front, which is the construction cost really, it's dropped to only $448 a month. So comparing these 4, if city doesn't pay anything, the annual cost will be around $66,000. If we pay the construction cost and Georgia Power just sharp O&M, it dropped to $26,000. So they're roughly like $39,000, $40,000 just for 94 lights. So if you look at all the lights, so my approach and really request this body is that we need to look at this 2-step approach. Because construction costs can be paid through the project construction fund or the traffic safety supplies fund and all other things on that. So right now, these are the requests which we are working, and if this body is okay for us to pay the construction was, they're going to be around $226,000, but that would reduce the monthly fee, which in return, city has to charge to the citizen. So if we can lower that O&M cost, our the streetlight fee can be, lower, managed that way. So I think we need, moving forward, need to look at that aspect. I know the Georgia Power is doing the audit, and they should be finishing up another 2 weeks. But that audit will not change anything really cost-wise. Still, it's going to be the same, all that. Back to the Jimmy Dias, this commission back, I will say, early part of 2024, did approve $500,000 as a seed money, really, to get started. So that work is in progress. Georgia Power, again, doing it. It's a state route, so it went through the GDOT permitting. GDOT just approved that permit a month ago. And I will bring it back to this body at the next meeting to approve that GDOT permit process. But that is the seed money. That's only doing like half mile. This whole stretch from Riceboro Road, or Gordon Highway to Riceboro Road is around 2.5 miles. So that's the bottom column. I just kind of did some rough number based on what we're paying for that 500,000. So that's that's very expensive. It has to be like around $2 million to do the entire stretch, based on what Georgia Power charging for that. So that's kind of summary of where we are on the street light. On that, for Jimmy Dye, as I say, additional funds around $2 million. So we have to really look into phasing that out, like we did half. 500,000 is giving another half mile, maybe find through other means to, put another $500,000 or $1 million and get this, 3-4 phases. Because finding $2 million is going to be difficult.
Sure. So, and 500,000 that was set aside has already been applied towards it, but.
Yes, sir, yeah. So we have invoice around 483,000. That's what the number somewhere here, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 483, yeah.
All right. Commissioner from the 3rd, you want to yield, or you have anything else?
Yeah, and also on the Mason McKnight, that's from Wheeler Road to where the roundabout is. So that's looking at that's about what is that, not even half a mile long. The reason why I'm saying is I've met with people commercial businesses that have been developed there, and there are, they've got new businesses popping up and some that will continue, but yet no street lights. And so this is something that the people own that have these businesses along there that would like to see. And this, it goes and dead ends in a circle down there. So we're not looking at street lights, but from Wheeler to the traffic circle. Just through there where Camperland is, Boot Barn, all through there, there's no street lights.
Yeah, there's 25 lights. So at the top 4, Richmond Estates, Mason McKnight, Dixon, and all that, the engineering is ready to move forward with the approval of the body do. My recommendation is that we should do the prepay, or we go with prepay option, and there are some SPLOST funds in the traffic safety and safety. That's what it is, really, traffic safety. We can pull from that and move forward with these 4. I have to just give a notice to proceed to Georgia Power to design it and all that. On that, and then Jimmy and I say we have to work through it.
Yeah. So I got my Super District 10 Commissioner too, who oversees that area. I don't know, have you received any calls from any of the businesses along there? Yeah, okay. Well, I have. But anyway, I'm gonna let somebody else jump in the queue. But thank you, Dr. Malik, for this.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 3rd. I want to recognize the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Malik, regarding the prepayment, you mentioned there's some SPLOST dollars that could be used to allocate so that we can get the lower monthly payment. Is that?
Yeah, that's a capital improvement, so we can use towards the capital. Yeah, and the traffic safety. So, yeah.
So those dollars are available.
Yeah. So I look at that. We can pull engineering can pull from traffic safety and operation. They're 2 different parts of that. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, I have received a lot of complaints regarding the Mason McKnight Boulevard. As you know, we have a developer that's, made several investments, everything from Harley Davidson, Boot Barn, Floor and Decor, most recently the Chef Store. And one of the number 1 complaints I hear is that, they need more lighting over there, especially now when daylight savings time is going to be ending, that it's dark as people go over to try to visit, those stores, not necessarily in the parking lot, but on the roadways. My last question is regarding Jimmy Dye's Parkway. If we paid $500,000 for a half a mile, if that's a state route, why would we have to pay for the rest to get to Gordon Highway?
The GDOT does not install the street lights and will not do it. That discussion, I think, took place even at the state rep level and all that. So they will allow locals to take over if they want to do it through the permitting and encroachment. But
So GDOT,
yeah, that several attempts have been made in the past too, you know. GDOT will not install the streetlights.
GDOT will not install, all right. Thank you, Dr. Malik. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Guilfoyle from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my question was on the Jimmy Dias, that it, you know, being a state road, that the state should be helped, you know, participate in the funding. But under this Richmond Estate, where is this at?
It's over Millage Road and Barton Chapel, right across the new apartments, you can call it, you know, at the corner, just right across that. There's a subdivision, small subdivision across that. And the millage has a millage T into, or I mean, the light with the Barton Chapel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Across from
right,
the apartment?
yeah. There's apartments at the corner and the gas station.
Right, a big apartment complex.
But it's right across the corner.
Okay. Mesa McKnight is a commercial, where Cabela's, well, not Cabela's, but Camperland and boot places, and
But it's a public road.
With them having lights in all their parking lot, is there a need for?
I mean, all these requests for different commissioners, really, I just put it there.
All these are from different commissioners?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Really?
She said, uh-huh.
All right. My understanding on these street lights, when we approved it, we was going to get out of debt and then build an account up to where we could start implementing street lights for the people that does not have it. And I understand that these does not, but we also have to look at other areas that for the residents that does not have street lights as well. So we could add to this list. I could imagine that residential street lights is less than commercial street lights. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir, and that's will be part of the when Georgia Power take over and all that. So that's infill lighting. We have to look at that as a part of ownership change, and Georgia Power has to come up with the second proposal, what it's going to take to do that infill lighting.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, we'll clarify this. Georgia Power has wrapped up the audit. We'll be bringing them before us soon with those results. So more to come on that piece and how these will intertwine as well, right?
Yes, sir, yeah.
All right. I'm going to recognize Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chairman Clark. My question was the same as the mayor. If it's a state route, why are we charged with paying money? So I guess I'm a little clear on that. But also, the money that we had approved to go ahead and get started, when will we get started, and would that be just the design phase?
Yeah, and I think that's what he was talking about, that has gone through GDOT for the licenses and everything like that. Now, again, I wasn't here when you all approved the
That's what I'm
500.
asking. That's why I'm asking.
Right, but I was going to clarify. I wasn't here when you all approved the $500,000 for the ARP funds. So can you clarify how that is working? Is it a co-op payment plan that's working between us and GDOT, or how's that working?
So it's 100% local funded, Augusta funded, so there are 24 lights. We're able to get 24 lights within that dollar amount, so there's no additional cost for construction that will cover it. So they started from Riceboro Road coming towards us, so it's around 1,200 feet or 1,140 feet from Paul Road where they're going to end, and then we're going to pick up the next phase from there. But the wait was on the GDOT permit. They just issued a permit last month, and I will bring it back to this body to get it executed. And then Georgia Power will proceed with the construction.
Yeah, I think what the question she's asking is, it's a state route. We've committed dollars towards it, but does that mean that we're on the hook for the entire $2 million to cover this route? Is this something that the county has stated that, hey, we'll take care of the cost of this on this state road? Is this a interagency agreement, or how's that working?
So, yeah, that's what Augusta said, that, we have this money, let us put these lights. So the GDOT not going to contribute into the construction or the O&M to our cost. So yes, it's forever. Augusta has to keep up with these lights, and other $2 million is the will of this body. If we wanted to continue those lighting, we have to come up with that money, because state look at the entire state, GDOT. So
right,
they have to make sure that they're not committing something where they can't keep up with it.
Yeah, Commissioner Scott.
Well, I guess I thought we was trying to get out of the business of upkeep and with lights.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why we was turning it over or going into partnership with Georgia Power. But if we purchase these lights, that means that we're going to have to be responsible for the upkeep. Because I thought that's what we were trying to do. We're in debt for the lights. We're saying we're going to turn it over to Georgia. We want to Georgia Power after they do the audit, which will be coming to us soon.
Correct.
Then we're purchasing some more. Not saying, I mean, we need the lights. I get calls all the time, Commissioner Guilford. But it's, so are we getting in debt? We getting out of debt to get back in debt?
Yeah, so Director, Dr. Malik, if you can clarify, so how is this going to be turned over into the Georgia Power audit piece? Was this, well, first of all, let's clarify this. Was this taken in consideration with their audit as a part of what they were looking at from developing a cost analysis?
Yes, sir, in a sense that these are lights with Georgia Power is designing and going to be constructing, and they will take over. Only Port City has to do is pay operation and maintenance for these new lights. What Georgia Power is looking at now is the lights that city own and maintain. Is not maintained by the Georgia Power, but the staff is doing it. That's what we're going to transfer. That does not mean city has no obligation moving forward. City still has to pay to the Georgia Power what city is paying now, maybe more or less depending on, the upgrades and all other things. So it's not a one-time deal. Yeah, city is still continue to pay, because there is operational maintenance cost. Georgia Power will not absorb that cost on their own, from their own budget. So the only thing is those 6,000 roughly lights, which right now city maintain. City will not maintain those lights. Georgia Power will maintain in addition to they're already doing, like they will do this one too on that. So on those 6,000 lights, at present, city is not paying, other than the electric bill, not paying anything to our staff maintain those, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated, but yes.
Sure is. And Dr. Malik, I'll get back with you offline, because I want to ask you about where are we with the 15th Street lights? Have we come to any resolution on if those lights going to come on, or if they're on? And that's something Ms. Commissioner Johnson and I need to talk, because I did get a couple of emails last week about the lights, but this may not be the time to talk about that. But I do need to get an update on 15th Street.
Yeah, so Commissioner, that was something Georgia Power came up for statewide, that the street, that's actually a project done by the GDOT themselves, but they are in the same boat we are. Georgia Power say these cabinets, where we call the service points, are not meeting their new standards. Well, nobody knew what those standards were, so it went into legal discussion. My understanding from GDOT is early this month that there is a path forward. So GDOT already ordered the new cabinet for 15th Street, so they're waiting on that to change those service point cabinets. And for our local projects. So one of our on-call going to be helping us to find out exactly what we need to be doing to get the service point energized so the lights can come on. So there is a progress, but 15, what I've been told by the GDOT, that they already ordered the replacement cabinet to get it on. So it all depends when the delivery, I'm going to be on that, but they're working on it.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Rice from the third.
Yes, a quick question. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Real quick, Highgate subdivision, you're not talking about the Highgate on Wheeler Road, are you? Or is this another Highgate? So on this list here, it says Highgate subdivision. It's in Commissioner Slendak's district, but I'm just wanting to clarify if this is the correct neighbor subdivision you're talking about, because they've got street lights in there.
Yeah, some of the requests came through the John Ashley, so I pulled out the information he has and put it there. But discussing with them in the past, all these requests are really from elected, officials on that. So I'm sure someone would have contacted him. I'm just working because John's approach was really not to pay anything up front. And just good with my approach is we need to come up with a mechanism to pay up front to bring the future costs down.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have anything for Dr. Malik? All right. Dr. Malik, thank you. Again, everyone, more discussion will come once we bring Georgia Power to give the results for the audit.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, sir.
So on this top 4, if the engineer need to move forward, then I need some sort of motion or something to get it okay for us to move forward, or we just wait till Georgia Power.
Well, we also need to bring in this audit piece for consideration. So right now we have it listed on here as a discussion. Let's do this. If we can bring this back up once we have the discussion with Georgia Power, so we can have a full conversation about it, as opposed to piecemealing it separately.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner Scott. Oh, Commissioner Smith-Rice?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, a date when this could be brought back?
Yeah. So right now we have we were reached out to by Georgia Power for a discussion in I think the next week or two. I think it's the 6th or the 7th. It's based on some folks' availability. We'll have the initial discussion and then we'll bring it for a full discussion to the commission. All right. So won't be long, but so Dr. Malik, let's do that so that we can make a comprehensive decision on this, and that way we don't piecemeal it. Okay.
Got it. Yes,
Any objections from the committee? All right, we're going to accept this as information with the understanding of further discussion.
That's it.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item.
Item number 3, Mr. Warren Bond, discuss a relative recent issue that occurred on property due to a failed stormwater drain.
All right, Mr. Bond, how you doing? If you can give your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. Warren Bond on behalf of CC Frontier, and the addresses are 1728 through 1738 Wilds Road.
All right, Mr. Bond, before you go further, appreciate you taking the time out to be here. I'm going to pass it over to our interim legal counsel.
Mr. Chairman, I believe this is involving an issue regarding the sinkhole. There's obviously no reason for Mr. Bond not to be able to speak today, but his attorney, the attorney for CC Frontier, filed an anti-litem notice. And while he can speak and everything like that, I would ask that y'all retain any questions or deliberations about this in legal session because of the nature of the anti-litem having been filed.
All right, committee members, there's been litigation filed. We've gotten a recommendation from the attorney to...
It's not litigation filed, but they have filed a notice, the anti-litem notice, And so if you want to discuss this after Mr. Bond's presentation, we could take this up at the next legal session.
Okay. Let's take counsel from legal and not discuss any further with this one. Any opposition? All right. Do you want to still have him present?
He can present if you'd like to. I'm just asking that the members of the commission not
Go into
engage
any
Mr.
further.
Bond in
Got it.
questions.
Mr. Bond, in light of what's been revealed, do you still want to discuss?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so back in January of 2024, we had a sinkhole occur right, if you can see it, right where that blue circle is. There's a highlighted middle portion right where the entrance of the property is. And to start off, I represent an LLC group that invests in real estate in Augusta, and that is a public storm drain line. So January 2024, we had a sinkhole occur, reached out to the city, and our tenants as well as our property manager at the time reached out to the city to notify the city, and they came out and they put out cones and essentially just marked where the area is. And we had our own vendor from the upstate of South Carolina come down to do about $5,600 worth of repairs just to kind of patch that one small area. But going forward, on February 26th of 24, we had another sinkhole occur. Switch out some of these photos.
You need some assistance, sir? You did?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Just kind of rolling through the first couple of photos here, because essentially, in summary, we've had 4 sinkholes show up at the property as a result of the stormwater drain eroding. So we had reached out to the city, and after the 4th sinkhole, we actually reached out to Dr. Malik, and he was able to get his teams out there to come up with a solution, which was essentially lining the pipe all the way from the entrance of the property to that retaining pond behind the property. But essentially, that is what caused our sinkhole and caused around $22,600 in damages. I'm just going to flip through a couple other photos here. So the full timeline of the project was from around January of 24 to March of 25 when Dr. Malik took care of that last little bit of the storm drain, but essentially it caused an interruption of services for our tenants at the property, as well as, of course, we had to take action to keep any kind of, it's an ingress and egress of that property to keep any kind of vehicles or anything like that from causing damage, essentially trying to keep us from being liable for any kind of damages there. So CC Frontier is seeking reimbursement for that $22,600, and we're up for any kind of questions or discussions, but essentially that's what our ownership is looking out for as far as reimbursement.
All right, Mr. Bond, do you have anything else you'd like to present?
That is it.
All right. Based on recommendation from legal counsel, I'm going to ask colleagues to hold any questions or otherwise until we get further direction to go forward. Mr. Bonds, appreciate you coming forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Have a great one. All right, Madam Clerk, that brings us to the end of engineering services. I'd like to go ahead and bring this to a close.